Oh my gosh, a hype train. Thank you so much, Val, for 29 months of support. That's so many. I appreciate it very much. And Game Dev Jeff, thank you so much for 10 months of support. Greatly, greatly appreciated. And I hope you are both doing well. Let me give both of you a shout out. I still have not caught up on, unfortunately, Val and OK Retro Zone have been streaming at the same time I have therapy on Wednesdays. So I'm not caught up on this week's, but I've been enjoying them greatly. The Pixel Turkey's latest emotes are very good. Lots of good ones. So let's see. Today, the plan is I'm going to start doing little color studies because I want to get a better idea of what like our finished art is going to look like, just kind of in a small little thumbnail form, just to get a better idea of like what we're going to do with like shadows and lighting and color. So that's the first thing we're going to do, and then if we make good progress on that, we might come back to the sketching process and try to work out some more of the details. This has been an interesting process because I haven't done any kind of drawing on paper in a long time, and like especially without, I'm trying not to use computers at all. Just because I feel like, obviously computers existed in 1986. Like I'm trying to stick to like period appropriate for a game that was created in 1986 or so. And, obviously computers existed then because that's what our computer game runs on. But I think that an artist doing, cover art for a game at this time would not have really used computers. It would have been a pretty traditional approach. So that's what I'm trying to do. Obviously, it's not all going to be perfect. And we'll probably use computers for some things in the end. But as much as we can, I would love to, just be able to use a computer to resize things and draw over top of an existing sketch instead of having to use a light box. But oh well. I think it's a fun process, even if it is a little frustrating sometimes. Hello, Dronon. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. What else did I want to talk about? I have finished the game now. I know we said it was done before, but it's extra done now, except for testing and any final testing or final changes that come as a result of those tests. I have it's actually on Secret Crushes. It's she had a light box, and then I can't remember why, but she decided to replace it with this thing from IKEA that's kind of like a bring your own light box. It's a little portable, adjustable drawing. I can't think of the right word. It's just a thing you put it on a desk. You can adjust the height, and then it's got a glass or probably plastic cutout, and then you put your own light behind it. And we used it a little on stream last week. The light we have for it isn't ideal, but otherwise it is pretty nice. Although it fills up a lot of my desk space here, so I don't have it right now. We might have to bring it in later if we go back to the sketching process. Unzika Crush says, you're the first one to use this particular light box, so you might as well say it's yours. Okay, that's fair. Oh, the IKEA Sjörnjolthurg. Yes, that's the one. Hype train complete at level 163%. Thank you all so much. I forget if the thing itself came from IKEA or just the light strip. Oh, really? I thought the thing itself did, but I guess I'm not 100% positive. So I want to talk about what I added to the game most recently, because I feel like it'll be a fun surprise for folks that have watched all the streams and know so many of the surprises already. I want to leave something new for y'all. So I won't be specific about what I added, but I'm very happy with how it turned out. I also spent some time last night getting disk images ready for the game. So like the way this is going to be distributed, like I'll have it on robotspacer.software so you can play it in your browser via the magic of mini VMAC embedded in the browser. I worked out all that stuff a while back, and it's a pretty nice way to play the game, I think. And so I need like a disk image for that. Basically, that works by loading up a disk image, like it's a virtual floppy disk, basically, that's got the system software and the game on it. And then it'll also be available on itch, where you'll be able to download a disk image of just the game. And that'll have the full game as well as a slimmed down version of the game that is compatible with the original Macintosh. So I've taken out some animations because those don't work well there. And I had to drop a few of the sound effects just to squeeze it all on a 400K disc, just to make it as compatible as possible. I thought that was a fun challenge, and just neat to know that it'll run on the very first machine, even if you haven't upgraded it or anything. Let me catch up on chat, and then I'll continue. Might have been from Dick Blick or something. I originally wanted to get a desktop from IKEA that had a built-in translucent panel, but they discontinued it before I could acquire it. Right. Okay. So maybe I'm confusing things in my head there. So in the process of setting that all up, a thing I talked about on stream when we made an icon for the game is that I was going to distribute it for the web version. Like I was going to use System 7 because that makes it easy to just paste in an icon and have it show up on the game when you launch it. Whereas it's very easy to use a program called ResEdit, which is short for Resource Editor. You can edit the resource fork of a Mac file, which is where a bunch of like kind of metadata is stored, including the icons. But if I just edit the World Builder file, then what happens is every World Builder application on the computer, whether rear or emulated, will be updated with that same icon. And that's not what we want. So System 7, lets us paste in an icon just for a specific application or file or whatever. So I thought we could do that, but then in the process of setting it all up, I did all the work, and then I opened the game, and then I realized that System 7 uses MultiFinder, which means that it can run multiple applications at once. So, like, the way World Builder works, like, these are just two windows here, and if you're in System 7, then you can see the desktop, like anywhere that there's this gray pattern. That's like your actual desktop, so you can see like your desktop icons and windows and stuff down there. So it just looks kind of cluttered, and I totally had not considered that at all. So then, and the other thing that I totally had not considered is that System 7 is very large. And by large, I mean like it's, I don't know, like a megabyte and a half, which, by today's standards is quite small. But our game is only, I don't know, I think it's around 500K total or something like that. So, like, I was a little disappointed. I was thinking I could get it, you know, on an actual floppy disk sized disk image along with the system software. So I was like, well, is there a way we can do this? So I decided that I would use System 6, which is what we've been working in this whole time. And then I took some time to think about if there's any way we could still get the custom icon. And I realized that if we gave our game its own creator code, which I'll explain in a moment, then we could, you know, it would be seen as different from any other world builder application. So then we could customize the icon. I should actually, you know, I'm talking about this stuff, I might as well show Resource Editor just as a visual aid here. Let's see, I think we're booted into our, this is the disk image that you'll load up when you play it on the website. So I got to restart to get everything. I just think this will be more interesting since I've decided to ramble about all these details. But so Mac OS back then used two codes to identify any given file. There's a creator code and a type code. The type code is really easy to understand because it is basically like the file extension. You know, DOS and Windows had file extensions, so it's just, you know, dot and, you know, 3 letters or whatever, and that tells the system what type of file it is. But on Mac OS, they put this type code in the resource fork again, and that metadata identifies the file type, but it's, you know, it's all invisible to the user. So let's open up Resource Edit here. Good evening, ZZ Zerfall. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. This is a neat little program. I used to fiddle around with it a lot, and I had no idea what I was doing, but it sure was fun to play with. Let's see. We'll go ahead and open up. Actually, let's load up the finished game here with the custom icon. Okay. There we go. Okay, so this is all the stuff that's in the resource fork here. There's kind of some interesting things like world builder specific stuff. Like this is just where a bunch of data is stored. I think each one of these is like a text, like the scene text, for example, or you know, any other text that appears in the game. This is scenes, objects, code, and then this is one of the things I had to change. So in here we have, originally the signature was a different 4-letter code that is specific to any world builder application. So I had to come up with my own creator code. And like, if this is just running in your browser, like, it's not a concern. Like, it can be the same as anything else. I could even just leave it as the world builder one. But since I want people to be able to download this and, you know, put it on an actual Mac, I don't want it to, you know, goof things up and change, you know, the icons of other programs on their computer unexpectedly. So in order to do that, I had to find a creator code that is not in use by some existing application from, you know, 30, 40 years ago, whatever. So I found a database. There's a website. I'm going to share it in chat. It's probably not particularly interesting to anyone, but this is a very nice website where you can download an Excel spreadsheet, or they have an application you can download as well to look up all the creator codes and type codes that they are aware of. And, you can use that to make sure that you're picking one that's not in use by someone else, ideally. It used to be that Apple would keep track of this stuff, and, you could register with them, but these days, Mac OS does things very differently. So I don't think they do that anymore. But I looked through there, and I found one that, this is transfer point. I just tried to think of something that was kind of an abbreviation of the name, which is pretty typical for a creator code, and wasn't already taken by someone else. So that seemed like a good option. And then APPL is a type code for an application. So that, stayed as is. It lets the system know this is like a program that can be launched. And then this is the icon that I've set up for, an application with the creator code TFPT. WDOC is World Builder's own type code for a save file. So I assume that's supposed to be short for like World Builder document or World document maybe. So that was where things got a little bit tricky because of the way World Builder works, like it's not really designed for us to do this. So I wasn't sure if it would cause any problems to have, like when World Builder saves a file, it's saving it with the standard type code that it uses, but it's using the creator code for World Builder itself rather than our little custom TFPT creator code. So I was worried the system might not know that we want this file to open in our game. Because as far as I know, there's no way, there's nothing in here in ResEdit that I can tweak to make it create those files with the correct creator code. But fortunately, at least in System 6, it all worked fine. I also tested in System 2, and that did not work fine. So that means the alternate version of the game for the original Macintosh, I decided to not use the custom creator code and icon with that version, just again for like maximum compatibility. You could still open the save file from within the game, like that still worked, but it seemed unexpected enough that I didn't want to break things for people that are running this on an older machine. So yeah, that's one of the things I need to edit. And then in here we have the actual icon. ResEdit's got a nice little icon editor here. And doing an icon this way also let me customize it a little more. So when we just pasted it in, we basically got, this image here. But since, this is representing a coin that's got some cutouts, ideally you would represent those cutouts in the mask. So the mask is what it applies to create these other versions of the icon. And like in these ones, it looks a little weird, but like in this like inverted selected state, it definitely helps it look more like you'd expect. And it just kind of emphasizes that these are meant to be some little cutouts in the coin. Got, like it's like a tiny little mini Mac Paint in here. Just got a few different drawing tools to make things easier. And since we have no way to change the creator code for save files, that meant I couldn't customize this icon, but I figured that's fine. I did briefly think, ooh, maybe I could, customize that to, have like a tiny little version of our bus stop or something. But unfortunately, not really an option, at least with my level of knowledge. There's also some other interesting things in here, like we could edit the patterns that World Builder uses for our game. Kind of fun that you can do that. menus. So like we could add keyboard shortcuts or change the names of default menus pretty easily if we wanted to. To some degree, if you mess with stuff too much, it can cause problems because, like, if the program is expecting things to be a certain way and doing things based on those assumptions, then something weird might happen. For example, crashing. But you can definitely get away with making minor modifications to programs like this. But yeah, so I was up way too late doing all that last night, but it's all done. And I finally today sent the game to a few testers, and hopefully they will enjoy it and tell me everything is perfect and we don't need to change anything. But if they do run into problems, then I will do my best to make some accommodations and tweak things as necessary. Let's see. Before we get on to the drawing, I also wanted to show. Let's see. I forgot to set this up. I spent some time putting together the itch page, because that's another thing we have to do. And this is kind of useful to be doing right now because I need to start thinking about, like, it feels weird to use the term marketing. Like, this is just a fun project that I'm just, ultimately just going to put online and hopefully people will enjoy it. And, I'm not expecting like make money off it or anything. But, ultimately I want to let people know about it and encourage them to check it out. So ultimately I have to do some form of marketing, right? So I started putting together itch page, which kind of, got me thinking about, like, how do I describe this game in a short little blurb, as opposed to just, rambling about it out loud for half an hour. It was kind of tricky to figure that out. And I'm still not really happy with the text here, but I'll get there eventually. And then I put together this little image. It was actually kind of a pain to mock this up. I had to use Super Paint to extend the image a bunch, and ultimately I used Photoshop to piece different screenshots together. It was a process. But I like this page, and I think these screenshots are pretty nice representation. It's fun to see. It's fun to see something like this and be like, okay, this is cool. Like it feels it's almost a real thing now, and that's exciting. S.A. John, hello. Everything is perfect. No pressure there then. Yes. Hope you're doing well. So I think that's everything I wanted to talk about. Yeah. So let's start drawing. Which button is that? There we go. Oh, right. More stuff to talk about before we do that. So last week, we started off with some just tiny sketches to talk about, kind of composition and think about how I want everything to be laid out. And then I started drawing a little bit bigger. Was not at all happy with this pose. It looks awkward. Let's see. And then I did this version, and that's what we had at the end of stream. That was starting to get closer to what I imagined, and like in my head, I could finally start to see like what I was aiming for with this. And then sometime last week, I basically used the light box to trace that and create a more refined version, which I was pretty happy with. But I felt like the proportions. So like when I draw people, I kind of draw all people the same way. I've never spent a huge amount of time drawing. I've always been somewhat more design focused. So like, if I'm looking at a specific person, that's modeling or whatever, I can make a drawing that looks, like that person and has their proportions and stuff. But if I'm just making something up, like I kind of tend to use the same like proportions and body types for everyone, which is very much like this is pretty representative of that. And like I think this looks good, but also like it's not quite what I was picturing for our character, and I wanted to just explore different options. So I finally found a stock photo that was like not at all the vibe, but finally had like the right pose. So I used that to draw this version, and then I also used Mackenzie Davis as Cameron Howe in *Halt and Catch Fire* was part of our inspiration for the main character in this game. So I used a picture of her as reference for the face here. So this is, I think, a little bit more realistically proportioned and like how I was imagining our character. I feel like maybe the ideal version is kind of in between these two. But I'm not sure. But right now, I think we're gonna... Oh, I also did this sketch to think about like lighting and stuff a little bit. I don't really like this face, but I like the shadows. So yeah, right now, I think I want to, draw some more thumbnails, preferably slightly more accurate than these really loose ones. But then, just kind of think about what we're going to do with shadow and color and stuff. And this is a time where I would love to use a computer to just like take one of these drawings and shrink it down and just kind of color on top of that or whatever. But we're going to do it the hard way and redraw everything every time. But we'll get better at drawing in the process, so that's good. Drawing people is hard, yes. Hello, Baron Redwing. Good to see you. It's going pretty good. Hope you are doing well. Okay. Let's see. I need... Oh, right. Where did that... Okay. I did another little thumbnail that I didn't talk about because I kind of forgot about... it. So this was... in the process of doing these other two sketches, it got me thinking of more about like our overall composition. And I feel like if we push Cameron off to the left more, we can put the bus stop on the right side. And then we can have the house in the background here. And then last week at one point I rambled a little bit about how like the area of the game is all very flat. But actually the house is one area where we show some hills. So I thought we could use that and kind of make the scenery a little more interesting here. Like we don't really see it, but presumably the bus stop is kind of at the top of a hill, and we can kind of emphasize that a little bit here. And like when you come to the house, you're at the top of the hill and the house is like down a slope. So I figure we can just kind of use that to make the whole background a little more interesting. And then, of course, we still want to get Brisket in the corner here somewhere if we can. So this is the overall layout I'm thinking of. Like, I think I'm pretty happy with that. So I'm going to start by trying to draw something like that, but slightly more finished. Is this the pencil I was using last time? Oh, was it that was the blue one. Okay. I started using this and I'm like, this feels really soft. Ideally, I would like to use marker for a color study. Just with a color study, like, I want to, like, you know, get the... get the idea of what it's going to look like in color without having to think about details. So, like, you know, if you can just fill in a space with color very quickly and loosely, that's preferable. But we don't really have, like, we've got a bunch of markers, but not in a good selection of colors. So I'm going to be using these colored pencils that belong to Unsecret Crush, and hopefully it'll work out fine. I might spend more time than is ideal. But also, like, I already have kind of an idea of what I want the color to look like. Just trying to get all the things I'm trying to reference in one spot here. So, like, accuracy here isn't super important, but I want to put a little bit of detail into this to help me work out what it's all going to look like when it's, you know, got shadows and stuff. And obviously color. Making creaking noises that are annoying me, so let's do that. At some point, I will need to do more drawings of Brisket to work out their pose here. More detailed drawings, I mean. Oh, right. My little thumbnail here, I was like, oh, right, there's a sign next to the bus stop that needs to go here. And I don't know if I'm really happy with where that ended up. I just kind of threw it in there to remind myself that that's an element that I want to include. Thinking about how things overlap is always kind of tricky. like from this angle, like this is the opposite angle of where we see it in the game. So like realistically, I think if we were looking at this same bus stop from the angle I've drawn here, I think this sign would be like here. But I feel like that's maybe gonna look a little weird. So it's okay if we fake it, but also maybe it looks weird if it's kind of coming out of her arm like this. So that is a concern also, and I'm not sure which is going to look better in the end, but I think I'd lean more towards this. And if it looks like it is coming out of her arm, like if that looks odd when I start drawing this in better detail, like I can always figure out, like we can just kind of add a little distance there so there's not any overlap. I think that won't be too much of an issue. And then the house. So let's see. Okay, yeah, we do have a screenshot of that here. The itch page is also a handy reference for all the things I want to draw. I honestly didn't think about that, but I think it has everything I might want to look at all in one spot. So here's the house. Like, we're on top of a hill. This also gives us, like, this is one of the rare areas where I drew some things around the object of interest. So, you know, if we're drawing this house, we're going to see some bushes and at least one tree over here. This is kind of going to be obscured by camera a lot, but we'll see some of it peeking through. So let's see. Some more bushes there. Tree. Sure. Also, Unsecret Crush kept saying that she thought the
Hello.
Hello, Unsecret Crush. Do you want some Thin Mints? Of course I do. Unsecret Crush kept saying that she thought the bus stop should be like have more space around it. Like I kept overlapping Cameron, so she was kind of covering part of the bus stop. But I think I liked her idea there, and I think if I kind of push the bus stop further into the background and have more space around it, then I can do some nice things with the lighting there. Thank you. So I like that idea. It'll kind of emphasize that, I think, the loneliness of it. Like, you know, when we first see it in the game, like, I try to give the impression that it's kind of in the middle of nowhere, right? And there's not a lot around it. And then there's just this black void all around you in the distance. I have a Thin Mint. So I think this will be easiest to color if I go over it with pen and then erase the pencil marks. I think. Hello, Arabella. Skilled is certainly up for debate, but I let's see. I have been into art kind of all my life. Like I don't know why this is in my head with such specificity. Y'all know what I mean. But 4.5 was when I started showing and interested in art enough for my parents to recognize that and see that this is something they should support me in. But yeah, obviously when I was very young, had not used computers, so I was making little like crafty projects. And then when I was 10, my dad brought home a Macintosh, and I started drawing on there in addition to drawing on paper. The first thing I drew in Mac Paint was a kangaroo. I remember that. I keep wondering if I'm pretty sure we had a printout of that for a long time, and I kind of wonder if it is around somewhere. I should try to dig that up. There's a specific box that I have that has a bunch of old art, and if it still exists, it would be in there. But yeah, so at that point I started doing like a combination of digital and traditional art, and definitely like anything digital was especially of interest to me. So I spent a lot of time like doodling little pixel art stuff, and but also spent a lot of time drawing on paper. But I always had, like, later in life, I started getting interested in like graphic design, and then after that, like website design specifically. So I've generally been more focused on that kind of art than illustration. But I still have done a lot of it, and I think I'm all right at it. But I haven't done much in a long time, so it's a different experience drawing on paper. Let's see, Chris said, I thought it'd be a neat way to visualize the voidness of the bus stop in the image, even with the other elements. Yeah, I think that was a good call. Okay, so let's ink this. Just gonna kind of add in a tiny bit more detail and refine things a little bit, and make sure we have kind of our major shapes. And then we'll color over that. And then hopefully, I'm gonna, like, ideally I would love to just select this in Photoshop and paste a bunch of copies and then color in all the different options, or we could just do a bunch of layers on a single image. Like, that's definitely how I would normally do it. But I guess I'll just have to redraw it a bunch of times, which is honestly fine. It should get a little bit faster each time. But I think for the next one, with this line drawing as reference, I'll be able to go straight to just drawing it in ink each time. Because again, the details don't need to be perfect. The idea is just to work out the blocks of color. Forte, hello. Welcome, y'all. Thank you so much for coming by. Let's see. I saw that you were streaming earlier, but I can't remember what you were playing. Space Quest 3, Pirates of Pestilon. Any percent attempts. Nice. I hope that went well. I have... Oh, man. We were watching Tuigia play Space Quest yesterday, and every time I watch someone play those games, I'm like, man, I really gotta stream these. Space Quest 3, I think, might be my favorite of the bunch. Threw in some Leisure Suit Larry 3 to spice things up. Nice. But yeah, Space Quest, the first Sierra game I played was Space Quest 2, and I really love Space Quest 3. Just a very fun series. Like, it's a nice mix of, like, you know, humor and sci-fi stuff, and like I like comedy that also kind of takes itself seriously in a way. So like, you know, there's good stories there, and like it pulls you in addition to the comedy. 3 and 4 are considered the best, but 5 is underrated. I know I've played 5. But I don't remember it super well. So that when I do eventually get to that series, it'll be interesting to check that one out again. You also like 3 the most? Oh, Snowy, hello. Good to see you. Oh, I'm doing the wrong shout outs here. I use an app of my own for shout outs here. And normally I do a text shout out in addition to the native shout out. But the app on my iPad has been reset recently. App dev problems. Okay. I'm really curious how this all is going to look in color. Like, the bus stop is tricky because it's kind of hard to picture that looking interesting in color. And like, you know, so much of this stuff, like, I haven't really thought about what it would look like in color because, you know, I don't need to. But now we do. And hopefully I can figure out a way to make this all look interesting. Like, I already had thought that, you know, the background, like, there's always this black void in the distance. And anytime we describe it, you know, we describe it as being black. But I think to make things look a little more interesting, it'll probably be some form of purple. I like purple in general, and it seems like that's a good, like, you know, suggest something dark, but is a little more interesting than just straight black. So I don't know if, you know, might be a gradient that fades from purple to black, or maybe we'll just go all purple and not worry about it being perfectly representative of what we describe in the game. But something like the bus stop, like, I think with that, we're just gonna have to use lighting to make it look more interesting. So is your iPad full of crushed musical instruments too? Apparently that's what iPads are made out of. The whole discourse around that ad has been kind of fascinating to me. It's something I could ramble about for a long time, and I'm debating whether I really want to do that. I'll ramble about it a little bit at least. Like, it's you know, I've been using, like I said, I've been using a Mac since I was 10, and like that whole time, like, I've almost entirely used Apple products. I've had PCs over the years. I've got a tiny little PC over here right now that I use for some stuff. Like I stream from a Mac though. I've got, my work computer is a Mac. I've got iPad and iPhone and stuff. So I'm very much into that whole ecosystem and appreciate, a lot of the things they do. But they've had a journey from being the underdog for a long period of time to, being very much not the underdog anymore. And it's just been kind of interesting to see both my own perceptions of them as a company as well as like other people's perceptions of them. And I feel like they still see themselves in a very different light than a lot of people do. And I think that was why they didn't realize that iPad ad would be received so poorly. But yeah, if anyone doesn't know what we're talking about, they released a new iPad Pro. It is the thinnest product they've ever made, which is something they've liked to brag about for a long time. It's thinner than the iPod Nano, which they haven't even made iPods for years, but that was their previous thinnest product ever at I think 5.4 millimeters, and now the iPad Pro is 5.1 millimeters. So this ad showed like a hydraulic press crushing, like there's like a horn and it's sitting on top of an arcade box, and like there's a piano that's got cans of paint on it, and like taken just by itself it's kind of a cool like imagery. Like just seeing stuff crushed is kind of fun, right? Also, it is apparently all CG. I think some people were upset thinking that they were actually destroying physical objects, but I don't think that is the case. I've seen people say very definitively that it is CG, and people that would probably know that. But yeah, obviously most people watching it don't necessarily know that, and it doesn't necessarily matter either. But you see all this stuff crushed. It's very dramatic. And then at the end of the ad, the press lifts up and there's a little iPad in there, and they pick it up and show how thin it is, and there's some line about how thin it is. And it's kind of a weird, like, I totally get what they were going for. And if you're in the right mindset, it works well. Like, a lot of people liked it. But I feel like it's very easy, especially now, to perceive it as Apple crushing all this like traditional stuff and then making this kind of lifeless slab that can do all the things but is just kind of spiritless. And then they just talk about how thin it is, and isn't that great? It just to me, like, when I first watched it, I was like, I appreciate what this is trying to do, but I'm not sure it's actually doing it very well. I wasn't super bothered by it myself, but it just kind of gave me a like, this maybe isn't the best ad for like this period in time from this company. So I was not at all surprised to see a lot of people's reactions to it. Apparently today they actually apologized for it and said that they're not going to air it on TV like they were planning. But yeah, it was just kind of interesting to see that all happen. Let me catch up on chat here. Game Jeff says the soul-crushing future is here now for $2,999 RRP. Yes. Also, yes, Forte. This is Stream Beats by Harris Heller. It's a great collection of music. A lot of it's like surprisingly good for stuff that is both free to download and stream, and you can play it on your Twitch or YouTube streams or whatever, royalty free. So you don't have to worry about, copyright strikes or whatever. Forte said, as I had an iPod Nano that got me through some rough work days. I kind of miss the iPod. I feel like a lot of people kind of miss the iPod a little. It's just a nice, like all its forms were just nice little simpler pieces of technology. Chris said, the ad seems very much like someone has been binging hydraulic press videos on TikTok and just did not consider how it would land with views from other perspectives. Yeah. Got what they were going for, but it still made me kind of uncomfortable. Right. Val says, it doesn't translate well. Also, I don't think it's thin as a good selling point anymore. Right. Like, almost no one really wanted the iPad to be thinner. It's already incredibly thin. I can understand why they would want to make it thinner, especially when you put it like in a nice keyboard case, which a lot of people want to do. So, you know, they have a keyboard when they need to do a lot of writing or whatever. Like if you put it in one of those, then it starts to get pretty thick, and it's like, well, maybe I should just have a laptop because, you know, that as a whole can be thinner these days. So I feel like the reason they want to make it thinner is because of stuff like that. But like, yeah, definitely like being thin by itself isn't really a great marketing point anymore. But also like, I totally get that there's a struggle of like, well, they just, you know, keep refining this product and making it better and better. And it's kind of hard to know how to sell it when it's just like, this is a little bit better than the last one. I'd rather see something like a bunch of objects going into a Mary Poppins bag than an iPad pulled out or something. Someone did a kind of fascinating variation where they just played the ad backwards, and then I think they used a different song or something. But yeah, like definitely something that kind of emphasizes more like creation than destruction. Like I get that, you know, they're not trying to literally depict Apple destroying all these things, but it definitely just gave off kind of that vibe. Many creators get the feeling they're being disrespected. Right. And like, I feel like a lot of it is just like, so many people are struggling right now, especially with like artists are having to deal with like, you know, people taking their art and training these AI models based on it and stuff like that. So like, especially when they're talking about distilling creative instruments down into this like thin metal and glass slab, like it gets a little uncomfortable, and I can definitely see why that would make people uncomfortable. Secret Crush says, I always thought I would have made it when I could buy myself an iPod, and by that time, the time it was possible, whoops, they don't make those anymore. Game Dev Jeff says they could have used AI on the M4 chip to predict the sentiment of the video. Yeah. I just wish Apple would release a thinner Newton. Yes, thank you. That is what the people need. Hello, Edenwaith. Good to see you. Commercial reminds me of a computer museum which showed a ton of different gadgets which are now all supplanted by a smartphone. Okay, that's enough of my Apple rambling. I have weird feelings about rambling about Apple stuff, like especially if it's like being critical. Just like that's not the kind of vibe I want. It's also like just too adjacent to work stuff. But it's also kind of fun to discuss once in a while. Okay, did I get all the important details in there? I think so. Let's erase. Wait said, when the first iPod came out, I loved it, but as a poor university student, I couldn't afford to spend $400. I could have maybe paid up to $75. Wow, $400. I could not remember offhand how much that was, but it's kind of interesting to think about, like, just for a music player. That is a pretty good chunk of change. Now I'm trying to remember what was the first iPod I had. I was never an iPod guy. I think because like a lot of times when I listen to music, it would just be in my car. And then by the time I had an interest in a portable music player, I also had a phone. So I wanted a phone that could play music. And there was one point in time where I spent a lot of time trying to find a good phone that could also play MP3s. And that was a struggle. And I ordered some, like, was that a Sony? Yeah, I bought a Sony from AT&T, and I decided the font it used was a very strong factor in my decision to return it. I did not like the font. Also, just like, I kind of thought in general the whole, like, UI and stuff could be better. But then I ordered a, like, newer model. Like, this was a point in time before the iPhone came out, of course, and, like, there were a lot of, like, especially in, like, Japan and other countries overseas, like, just, like, always ahead of the US in terms of phone technology. So I ordered one online that was, I don't even know what country it was originally made for. But yeah, that was my phone until the iPhone came out. I'm glad you enjoy the Apple rambling, Edenwave. Tim Cook isn't going to come personally to take your computers away. It's okay. You never know. He might. He might. Apple fans love being critical. Side note, I was not bothered at all by the Crush commercial. Hopefully the new thin iPads don't bend. Yeah, it's kind of funny. I've had a lot of worry about accidentally bending my iPad. I feel like I've maybe had dreams where I accidentally, like, you know, I had my iPad in a bag and, like, it took it out and it's, like, bent and crushed. I don't think I've ever significantly damaged an iPad other than, like, a tiny little dent or scratch. But even with the current iPads, it does make me a little nervous how thin they are. So hopefully the even thinner ones are maintaining their current level of durability, at least. Original iPod, 5 gigabyte drive, $400, 1,000 songs in your pocket. 5 gigabytes is honestly pretty good, I think. 1,000 songs. 1,000 songs seems like so small now. Used a Samsung MP3 player for years before I could afford an iPod. Interesting. I don't think I've heard of that one. Got a second gen iPod, one with a FireWire port. Nice. Unsecret Crush says, I got the original iPod Shuffle as a gift from Robot Spacer, and I felt awkward using it in public for a while. I remember that. Yeah, that was the one that was just a little white stick. It was like a size of a pack of gum. Hello, I gotta... Okay, S55H, welcome. I think I got that right. I'm glad you like the pixel art. Something got removed from your message. Blank is so cozy. Thank you for the compliments. Since it was brand new, people saw the white earbud cables, and it would look like you had the more expensive one in your pocket. Oh, okay. Yeah. I get it. Yeah. Oh, man. I haven't thought about that in a long time, but like definitely for a long time, having those white earbuds, which seems so generic now, was definitely like a noticeable and an unusual thing. Wait says, I've had pretty good luck in not damaging most of my electronics, but screen protectors are a godsend. I have almost never used screen protectors. I had a screen protector on my PlayStation Vita because I was really worried about that one. And I honestly can't remember if I ever put the screen protector on my my DS or DS Lite. What's the thing called? The Switch Lite. Thank you for the follow. Oh, and I missed that other follow earlier. Thank you both. Great to have you here. Too busy rambling about Apple stuff. Panic had a merch shop at one point. Maybe they don't anymore. Oh, I missed the question from Eden Waith. Side question with a slightly Apple bent. Where did you get your Transmit t-shirt? I was starting to listen to the newest Panic podcast and they were talking about swag. Like Unsecret Crush said, they used to have a merch shop where they sold a bunch of shirts. They also did some like they partnered with Keita Takahashi to make some Katamari Damacy shirts at one point. But I don't think they do that anymore. I feel like these days if they do merch, it's more limited. Oh, Robot Spacer TV was the one that got removed. Thank you for clarifying. But yeah, they used to have some great shirts, and I'm glad I still have I have a Transmit t-shirt and hoodie that both have like the same print on them. And I like those both a lot. They are a lot more worn than I would like at this point. Kind of developing holes in places. Okay, so here's these pencils. I can never remember how this opens. Okay. Oh man, the smell of these things. I wish I could communicate the smell over Twitch. It's pretty good. So let's see. Let's kind of pick some colors here. I'm trying to find a good purple. That might be okay. These have names on them. Or just numbers. Mulberry. Okay. Great. I guess the ones that are shorter, it might be hard to see the names. Puzzle, good to see you. Hope you are doing well. And great rock art, welcome. There's a lighter purple. Let's see, what other colors do we need? So, for Cameron's outfit, like, the way I'm picturing it, I think the problem is, like, I tend to prefer, I feel more comfortable in clothes with muted colors. So that's kind of what I picture, like, even if I'm drawing someone else, I think I tend to default to, like, you know, simpler muted colors. So, like, I picture this as, like, your typical bomber jacket that's, like an army green color and the bright orange lining. Like, I don't know if that's like a particular brand or what, but that's what I picture in my head. Probably just a white t-shirt and probably black or dark gray pants. That seems so boring, so I'm gonna try to consider other options just to get more color in here. But also, like, if that ends up working out, like, it might end up working out well, especially if we're going to do, like, bright color in the sky, like purples. Maybe having a simpler color scheme for the character's outfit, maybe that'll work out well. So I'll probably, this is part of this process, is trying to figure out, what combinations work well. Let's see if I can find a green that's not right. What's this one called? Olive green. The Lil Sweetie is another kind of question mark. In the game, we described the Lil Sweetie as being teal with pink buttons. I was going to say for whatever reason, but I know exactly the reason. Often when I picture the Little Sweetie in my head, it's yellow with pink buttons, which is 100% because of the play date. But every time I imagine that, I'm like, wait, no, it's not yellow, it's teal. Doesn't mean it couldn't be yellow. And I'm not opposed to like changing the color scheme and then updating the game text to match it. So again, we might try different options there. This is... Aigu Marine? I'm honestly kind of wondering if this is in a different language. Like, Aquamarine would make sense to me. I don't know what Aigu is. A-I-G-U-E. We do need pink. Definitely need pink. It also just occurred to me that I have no idea what color Cameron's hair is. I've been kind of picturing it as blonde, but...
I'm too curious. I gotta see what this...
Oh.
Fascinating.
Unsecret Crush came in to examine the color name on the pencil. Inway said, might have been around 2005-ish that I was visiting Chicago and really started noticing how many people had white earphones with their iPods. And so Crush said, thinking back, it's kind of weird to feel self-conscious for having an expensive gadget on campus of the very, very expensive drawing pictures college I went to. That is a good point. But also... Oh! Thank you. That's helpful. It's very helpful.
So you'll never know what this color is because I've used it that much.
Yeah, you like that one a lot, huh? Okay, that makes it a little easier to look through these. I used to have a bunch of Prismacolor pencils, but I don't remember taking them out like that.
These might not be the only ones that I have, but they're the only ones that I know where they are.
Mm-hmm. I feel like it's interesting selection of colors. I don't know how to describe it.
I don't even know if these are the colors that originally came in that box.
Right. Bought a Bundaberg for the playtest. Nice. Good to see you, Res Mason. Speaking of playtesting, I posted on Mastodon and Twitter asking for folks that are interested in playtesting. I also mentioned it last stream, but I'll mention it again now. If anyone else would like to playtest the game, send me a message on Discord, I think is best. There we go. You could also just message me. I'm Robot Spacer on Discord. If you don't want to actually join our Discord or whatever, that's totally fine. But if you would like to do that, I would like to find at least a couple more people, hopefully. Doing all right. Good. Glad to hear that, Puzzle. I'm doing pretty good, too. Anyway, said I was additionally thinking Lil Sweetie as yellow, but that is also because of Playdate. I've been working on my Playdate this week, slowly making progress. Nice. Edenwaith interested in playtesting? Okay. I'll make a note to send you a message. Which actually, like, Eden Waith, I know how to contact in Discord. If you just want to, like, if you're interested and just want to tell me and let me know your Discord username or some way I can get in touch with you, that is also perfectly fine. Okay. Gotta get some sleep. All right. Thank you for hanging out, and great to see you, and I hope you sleep well. I gotta get a shout out set up, but I can just do the Cosmic Void shout out. Oh wait, I updated this. Oh no, what happened? It somehow got back on the old one. Well, anyways, Cosmic Void and Steve and Don have been making some great games together. And also, SH Don is apparently the one responsible for getting us Mac and Linux versions of those games, which I greatly appreciate. You message on Discord too. I recently had my Mac Classic repaired and it'd be good to play something on it. Ooh, nice. Yeah, that is worth mentioning. Like, I would especially love to have folks try it on actual Macs, if possible. But I do also have a version set up that can be played in a browser on pretty much any modern computer. I know I've tested it in Microsoft Edge, Safari, of course. Chrome should be fine. Probably Firefox will be fine also, but I don't know that I've tested that. It works best on a computer with a physical keyboard. I think you could play it on an iPad if you have a keyboard attached, but it's not currently compatible with like the software keyboard on a touchscreen device. For you, I'll transfer it to my PowerBook G3. Nice. I have a Mac SE, so I'll see how that plays. Nice. What about Netscape? Probably not Netscape. Yeah, if you want to play it on an older computer, you're going to have to play it on a classic Mac. But we got the modern computers covered at least. Okay, so colors. I really don't... Oh, that's kind of a nice purple. It might be a little too bright, but that's more what I was picturing for this guy. Let's see. Skin tones. Peach. Hair color. I think for now I'll probably stick with blonde. Maybe that could work. Yellow something, I think. Oh, okay. So I think I've solved the mystery of what seemed like a different language. So they seem to have one language here and then English over here. I want to say this is maybe French, but I'm not 100% positive. I'm not sure if they're all like that, but some of them are at least. Oh yeah, that's got to be French. Gris froid. Cool gray. Alright. I don't need to pick out every color all at once. I don't know. Like, now that we have these trays set out, it's a little easier to use. So let's just start with coloring some of this. as I said that, I'm like, maybe I should think about. So like, let's just think about coloring overall here. My thought here is that I started to shade that drawing of Cameron with shadows along this side. My thought is like our light source is coming from this direction. We don't really depict many light sources in the game, especially in the vicinity of the bus stop. I think that honestly, like in this world, like there's some amount of light that's just coming from somewhere. Which I think is completely fine and okay in the context of our game. So like that's what we're gonna do here. So like my thought is that the bus stop will be pretty well lit, but it'll fade to being darker, like around here where Brisket is sitting. So like the ground in the foreground will be darker. I don't know if that's going to be like a brown or green or what. But then I'm not sure what to do with the sky. I guess I'll just experiment a little. But definitely like purple down lower, and then maybe like darker purple or black up higher, depending on what looks well. The house over here is definitely going to be like darker colors to put it in the background. Like we want emphasis mainly on Cameron, a little bit on Brisket, and then the bus stop in the distance. So like those are the things that are going to be well lit. Okay, I will puzzle. I will make sure that it works in Firefox and let you know. Thank you for that. See, Crush says the Prismacolors we have are Barrel branded, original manufacturer, but the Prismacolor name is now manufactured and sold by the same parent company as Rubbermaid. What? Why Rubbermaid? That's very weird. So what's the parent company name? I'm going through a web development boot camp to brush up on my web skills, and the Netscape logo was shown as an age verification. If you know what this is, you are over 30. Oh God. How? I just had to Google Netscape real quick. Defunct as of 2003. Okay, they were acquired by AOL in 99. Man, that's so long ago now. Res Mason says, I'll just have to plug my Thunderbolt 3 to Thunderbolt 1 adapter and plug that in my Thunderbolt to Firewire 800 adapter and connect that to my Firewire 800 to 400 adapter and plug that into the PowerBook booted into target disk mode. That dongle centipede is like $80. You know, the funny thing is, I have a lot of those in the other room. I have so many cables and adapters. I occasionally get rid of them, but I tend to keep at least one of each thing just in case. It's Newell Brands, which also owns Rubbermaid and a bunch of other random products. It's always interesting when the parent brand, like the top level company, is like something that's not very familiar at all. I wish I was better at rambling about stuff while I'm actually doing things. I cannot. It's much harder for me to actually get anything done if I'm talking. Maybe it would help if I had if I could see chat down lower, closer to what I'm focusing on. I'm just kind of putting in a light purple layer all over in this guy here to start with. And I think this one is just going to be like, for this one, I'm just going to use like how I'm picturing this stuff in my head colors. And then we'll see how that looks as a whole and think about if we maybe want to change any of it. So let's see, I think on this kind of jacket, the trim is all green as well. Yeah, it's just like the inner lining is the orange color that I'm thinking of. So I don't think with the way I've drawn this that we'll actually see any of that orange, unfortunately. Excuse me. AOL's IP is owned by Verizon, I think. That sounds kind of right. And Secret Crush says, they seem like a company that buys up the brand names of long-established products. I think I saw Elmer's Glue in the wiki article also. Thinking about how I once made a photorealistic drawing of my guitar with these pencils 20-some years ago, and I don't even remember how to start doing that now. So here's our little sweetie color. I think, is that the best one we have? Yeah. Let's see. I was going to try to draw this so that you could see the pink buttons. So I'll put a little pink in here. Let's see, put some skin tone in here. Once I kind of get the basic colors in here and think about how that looks as a whole, then I'll start thinking about shadows. So we're done with Brisket. Brisket's just a white cat, so there's nothing to color there. I guess this is what happens when you make a monochrome game. It's easy to like create things that don't have a lot of color to them. I'm trying to remember if I have, like, I had a specific image I used for this bus stop when I was first drawing it, but I don't know if I have that handy anywhere now. I probably have it somewhere. Yeah, I don't think more recently I started saving all my reference files and tossing them in a folder, but I don't think I was in the habit of that then. So let's just Google some bus stops. Let's see. Let's get this on screen. See if I can find one that's kind of a similar. A lot of bus stops are like glass, which makes sense. So you can, see what's around you. I honestly don't remember if the one I used for reference was like that, and I just kind of didn't worry about really indicating that, or if it was a different design entirely. I'm just kind of thinking about, like, unsurprisingly, most of these are just different, like the metal parts are just kind of different shades of gray or silver or whatever. That's interesting. Green? Oh, like different stained glass colors? That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know what I'm hoping to get out of this. Like, I don't think I want it to be super brightly colored or anything. I guess it kind of helps to know that sometimes they're kind of a greenish color. Something to think about. Do you recommend any resources on how to improve its sketching in pixel art? Now, that practice is key and there's no shortcut. I found it hard to be consistent without a guide or curriculum to follow. That's something I haven't thought about in a while. I do think, like, it's probably very helpful to find like some kind of like I feel like I occasionally see people sharing, you know, like courses or, you know, tutorials. Like there's probably like tutorials you can find on YouTube and stuff, I would think. I feel like some amount of like, you know, other people sharing their knowledge about how to draw and how to do pixel art is very useful. But as far as exploring on your own, I feel like the number one advice I would give is to use references. Like, you know, look at a picture. Like if you're trying to learn pixel art, you know, you could try to do a pixel art version of, you know, an actual photo or something, for example. And that gives you a chance to, you know, kind of think about how to take details and simplify, you know, them in a way that, you know, still comes across with, you know, big blocks and more limited color palettes and stuff like that. And in terms of like, you know, especially like drawing something like a person, like you really need to, I was actually, I was trying to find a good reference for this pose, and I found a couple websites that are like websites that help you do figure drawing. I wish I could remember the search term or what I use to find these, but I feel like if you look up figure drawing references or something like that, you can probably find them without too much trouble. But like they're websites that just have a bunch of like stock photos, and often you can like pick, you know, different things to, you know, be specific about the type of, you know, if you want like action poses or just somebody standing or whatever. And sites like that are pretty good. Like, especially when you're first learning figure drawing, like if you go to like an art school or something, you'll do a lot of drawing with a nude model, which is super, super helpful, because even if you're trying to draw someone with clothes on, you need to like understand anatomy, and it's hard to see that when you're looking at a photo of someone that's fully clothed, especially if it's baggier clothing or something like that. So like the more time you spend like drawing, nude figures, it helps you understand the anatomy, and like I should probably brush up on that, honestly, but hopefully that's helpful. And feel free to ask more questions if you like. The tab opens somewhere with a Ko-fi page that has cheap and free packs of royalty-free pose reference photos. Yeah, I feel like even if you can't afford paid classes or something like that, there's so many resources out there that are available if you know what to look for, at least. Thank you for sharing that. What color is this house? We had a good reference photo for that too, which I also am not sure if I saved. Oh, I found a different photo of World Builder reference. I've got lots of cat pics in here. Egrets. More cats. It's mostly cats. Oh, there's the house. Oh, it's very white. Interesting. I don't think that's the right color for our house. But just for kicks, I'll share it on stream. That was our primary house reference. It's a neat house. But I think ours is not white. I honestly kind of picture it as like dark gray. Or some kind of gray. Oops. Wrong button. So the ground around the bus stop. Let's see, we need to get back to the itch page here. So the ground around the bus stop, like the way I picture these textures is this area just around the bus stop is like dirt. There's maybe a little bit of grass, but it's mostly dirt. And then this texture here is grass. And back here, this is kind of meant to be some grass also. It's just fading into black slowly. So that's how I picture this. That doesn't mean we have to draw it that way. But I guess for this one, we'll stick to that. So we'll find like a brown. Since this is well lit, I want something a little bit brighter than this. That'll work. I'm trying to think of what we can do with the lighting to make this bus stop more interesting. Like, I guess my main thought is like, you know, the light can have kind of a color to it, like maybe it's kind of got the appearance of like incandescent bulbs, so like yellowy. I guess that's kind of what I'm picturing in my head. Apple green. Vert pomme. Definitely French. I know those words. Oh, right. The hill at the top of the house scene. is also grass. It's definitely grass. And then down here we have, let's see, let's try a darker green. Olive green. Oh, we use that for the jacket. Maybe that's... So a nice thing you can do with color is to use cooler colors for things you want to push into the background and warmer colors for things you want to come forward. So if we use green for these trees in the background, that's like a bit more blue. It would accomplish that. Oh, what's this? That one's pretty good. We only get the French version of this one. It's green something. This text is so hard to read because it's shiny. Foncé. Vert foncé. What does that mean? We gotta Google Translate it. Dark. Oh, okay. So this might end up having a lot of green in it. This may be a good argument for changing the jacket color. Just so we don't have green mixed in with all this other stuff that, like, I wouldn't say this stuff has to be green, but like, you know, we're coloring all this other stuff naturally. So, you know, the jacket can be literally any color and it still makes sense. Whereas if we, you know, if we have like pink trees, for example, like that's unusual, and you know we shouldn't do anything like that without a reason, or at least thinking about why we're making that choice. But the jacket is an easier thing to play around with. So yeah, I think we'll change that. I don't know what color. I feel like we should think about what color jacket Cameron would wear. And I don't know what that is. That's tricky. Like, I feel like this this kind of olive green bomber jacket is something that suits her pretty well. But I could also see, like, I don't know, pink? Or maybe we could do orange, maybe? Orange might be fun. That's tricky. All right, let's figure out this bus stop. So, I guess we don't want another green thing. So, I guess I'm kind of leaning towards, it could be kind of a bluish color. Wait, what's this? This is exactly the kind of purple I was looking for. And I didn't see it. This is clearly a well-used color, which makes sense. It's a very good purple. Fan of olive green jackets? Nice. Hello, Pixel Turkey. Good to see you. Hope you are doing well. Oh, house. I'm wondering if, like, I could maybe see this house being like a muted purple or blue. Which could even just kind of be like a gray house kind of picking up some of the sky tone. I'm just gonna put in some purple here for now. I don't want it to be the same color as the sky, but let's just kind of fill that in gray for now. You know what? I should we should zoom and enhance, since yeah, that's much better. What? When I did that, an application suddenly opened on my computer. To be fair, it was the application for managing the camera. It was still unexpected, though. Okay, now you can see what I'm doing better, which is good, I think. Okay, so now let's put some shadows in here. So that's too dark of a brown. I'm trying to find a shadow skin tone. Maybe one of these. That might be good for a little bit of hair shadow. My pencil. Oh. So when's the official Prima strategy guide slated to come out? As soon as Prima approaches me with the licensing opportunity for that. I haven't heard from them yet, but I'm sure they'll contact me any day now. Is that company? I don't think that company exists anymore, right? Oh, pants. So pants I was talking about a dark gray. That's just... Oh, that's indigo. Really? Oh, yeah. I can kind of see it on camera. It's... Focus, please. Oh, right. I'm on a different lens now, which I forgot. This lens doesn't focus up close. It is a very dark blue. I guess we could use that. Well, it might be too dark. What else do we have? I'll just use this for now. And then we'll shade it in to make it a little darker. I was briefly considering the possibility of making a little manual. I think probably if I do that, I might end up doing that off stream, but we'll see. I originally wasn't planning on a manual, but then I was like, it'd be fun. Like most of the games from this time had pretty simple, like relatively small, like booklets, or just a little pamphlet that would give you some instructions and, you know, maybe like set up the story or something like that. Which isn't super interesting, but, you know, we could do one that's a little bit fancier than is typical of games of this type from that era. So, you know, I could do a few little drawings, basically, is the main excuse to put together a manual. And it would also give me a chance to kind of mock up what the like help and credits and stuff like that would look like in printed form, which I think would be fun. Even though that's all in the game. Certainly, like, you know, if this was a real game that was released, it would have... I mean, for that time, like, none of that stuff would be in the game at all. It would maybe, like, some credits in the About menu or whatever. But, like, the help stuff would be in a printed manual. Okay, So, like I was... Oh, we're zoomed in too much. Like I sketched out here, like I'm imagining pretty strong shadows on Cameron. So I'm going to start to try to indicate that here. And then we want a light gray for her shirt. I guess this gray is all right. Just apply it lightly. Let's see. The side of the jacket should be pretty dark overall. It'll be kind of hard to show at this scale, but you know, like on this side of her, like her jacket's going to be fairly dark, and we've got dark green in the background, but we can differentiate the two by like adding a bit of a highlight just on the very edge of her jacket. Not necessarily a problem if they blend in together, but I think we'll probably want to do something like that to make it stand out better. With so many like similarly colored things, like brisket's white, so we're gonna have gray shadows. Brisket might be nice to like emphasize the shadows even more on. Just to help make them look kind of mysterious. Right now she looks like a practical 2000s mom walking to her mailbox. Yeah. It's not quite the vibe we're going for. Let's see. I'm trying to think of how to color this bus stop. It's so weird going from years of working entirely digitally to working this way again. Like I used to do this stuff all the time, but like it's such a drastic shift in the way I work. Like, you know, if I was doing this with like fully embracing modern technology, I would be sketching on my iPad. Like if I wasn't sure how to color something, I would just add a new layer, experiment, and then, you know, delete it or change it or whatever if I wasn't happy with it. Whereas now we need to, like, if we want to color something in a completely different way, even just like one thing like the bus stop, we kind of have to do a new drawing each time. I might be a little tempted just for like time's sake to do some digital color studies to like really, like, ultimately I'm fine with breaking my rules here to if I think it'll help me get closer to what I'm trying to achieve in a more reasonable amount of time. What can we do with these colors? Also, like, it's really hard with colored pencil. Like, I want this sky to be like solid color and very vibrant, but I don't want to like completely destroy this tiny bit of pencil I have here in order to do that. This is why I would prefer to do this in marker if we had a good set of markers. So a little bit we just gotta imagine here. I also kind of wonder if maybe we get some pink in here. Like towards the horizon, probably. Yeah, that's... I think I like that. Like a dark. Okay, that's our indigo. Start to get in towards a darker blue at the very top here. Oh, right. Apparently at some point we might be able to see the Aurora Borealis. Unsecret Crush says, I went outside to see if the Northern Lights was visible here, but there's maybe too many big trees in the way. It's kind of hard to tell if I'm seeing any of the Aurora or if that's just normal city light glow. Riz Mason says, sure, but hey, this is the shit. When Mac Software went from black and white to 8-bit color and everyone went way too vivid for their game's color version, it was honestly super fun to see all these software developers make these bold chroma commitments. Yeah, it's kind of what you're doing here. Give me an excuse to order some Copic markers, I dare you. I mean, go for it. I'm not gonna talk you out of that. That sounds pretty handy. Okay. I'm trying to figure out what color this sign is. Let's see, do I have a screenshot of that in the game? Oh yeah, because we got our bus stop here. Oh, wrong button. What kind of color is typically used for a bus stop sign? I guess I gotta Google this. Red? Blue? Is there no standard for bus stop signs? Yellow? Brown? They can be any color you want, apparently. Blue seems somewhat more common, I think. I say that and now I keep seeing yellow ones. ultimately we can get away with whatever we want, it seems like. Okay. Like a bus stop with some blue? No rules, just right. Outback bus stop. Yep. You got it. Maybe we should have put more blue on the bus stop. So this isn't really helping me visualize things as well as I hoped, but it is giving me a little bit better idea and helping me think about things that we need to figure out. Like the goal here is to figure out everything we need to know about this before I actually start painting it. Because when I start painting it, I want to just be, you know, going through the steps. Like, ideally, I don't want to have to, you know, be like, oh, this doesn't look great, I need to change this. So, you know, we want to know what color everything is. We want to know what the shadows are going to look like and all of that. It's just doing this in colored pencil is slightly weird. I wonder what it would look like if I try. Like I've got some highlighter colors, and then I've got, where'd those other markers go? I've got some other markers somewhere. Apparently I don't know where they are. Oh, I know where they are. I got some new organizers here. And I kind of have some secret compartments now. Okay, I was wrong. They're not there either. Oh, there they are. Okay. The stuff I access regularly is very well organized, but some other things are shoved back a bit more. So we do have these markers. Which now that I'm thinking about it, like if I use like this purple to like give me a flat sky color and then go over that with a little colored pencil, that might give me like the overall look I'm going for better. I just feel like, you know, I could fill in these colors more, but it's never gonna look the way I want it to with colored pencil alone. And I'm also having trouble figuring out you know, I talked about taking reference photos, and ultimately I didn't, because I found that one I mentioned I found a stock photo that was like the exact pose I wanted, but like the lighting is very like bright, so like it's not useful at all for figuring out lighting. But I maybe should take a reference photo to help me sort out how all the shadows need to be. Just the blue came out different than I expected. That's fine. Anyway, I think I don't want to do more with that because I feel like it's just going to end up muddy. So let's try a new one, and we'll try doing those markers along with pencil. And I'll also try some different colors. Like, I think her jacket is going to work better in a different color. And I think all her clothes should maybe be different colors. Which is tricky because, like, I don't know. Like I said, I feel like these colors kind of suit the character, but and I don't want to do too much color on her. Just trying to think of options. Apparently I want everything to be purple. Let's see, if I gave her an orange jacket, maybe I should just do some little, like, here's a person. Oh, well, that's not, okay. I don't understand why sometimes these pens give me trouble. Don't give me clean lines. I'm drawing a very rough person here, just to kind of give me something to think about color. So if we do like a orange, incredibly bright orange jacket, apparently. This is gonna look like kind of a, like a construction worker vest or something too much, maybe. Now that I think of it. So maybe that's a bad choice. But like, I guess maybe if we're doing like a super bright colored jacket, maybe we should keep the shirt something muted. Pants could be blue. Oh, I'm way behind in chat. Chicago CTA bus stop signs are more of a mix of blue, white, and black lettering. Okay. Technically, all the markers you have in there are highlighters. Well, yeah, sure. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I have a variety of highlighters. Like, these are more standard highlighter colors. Like, you got your standard yellow, but then also some, like, other... I mean, I guess ultimately they're not that different, are they? It's just we have a full rainbow in this smaller set. Smaller markers, I mean. What are you thinking you use for the final art? Acrylics or something else? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like acrylics is probably going to be a better bet for using something that will actually have a chance of turning out good. Like, I feel like it's probably going to be more beginner friendly. I was kind of thinking at some point I would put some research into what my options are. But I haven't had a chance to do that yet. So what are other jacket color options? Pink. I said pink. I'm not opposed to pink. I think pink could work. I feel like Cameron is pretty pro pink, but I don't know that she would wear a bright pink jacket. That might be too much pink. Especially if we're doing this pink in the sky. Then, you know, the jacket is right up against the sky here, so. Don't green bomber jackets sometimes have orange lining? Yes. That's a pretty common style, I think. But with the way I'm drawing things, I don't know that we'll see any of the orange lining. Pro pink and pro pink accessories, I'll tell you what. This is hard. Let's do this. I'm gonna finish this fresh drawing here. I'm gonna start with coloring the sky and the ground in color. And then I'll take another moment to think about the colors of everything else. Because I feel like this, like if I'm doing anything remotely like this with the sky, that's gonna really stand out. Which is great, I think. But, you know, if I do that, I want the other colors to go well with that. I'm also wondering if it might work better if we just go back to having the sky like it's described in the game. Or at least a much darker purple. Sometimes a thing I struggle with a lot, I think, is when you're picturing things in your head, sometimes you can get an idea of something in your head that is it doesn't work out when you try to actually put it on paper. And sometimes it's just a complication of like you have to work out the details, and that can be tricky. But other times it's like you're trying to, like, the kind of nebulous thing that's in your head isn't really like, you know, you can have kind of conflicting things in your head that don't actually work together. And like, I think the problem I'm facing here is like, I'm picturing like strong shadows, but also a lot of bright colors. And it's tricky to work that out. I wonder if I should do a drawing that's just focused on shadows. That might be helpful. You know, I said I was going to just do this in pen, but I think it'll be easier if I use some pencil. Also, where did... Okay, there's my pencil. The pencil's blue, and it kind of was hard to tell apart from the actual colored pencils. Also, now there's pencils everywhere. I will say, even though like I still have so many questions about what this is actually going to look like, I feel like we keep making progress. I think I'm getting there. I feel like this drawing's going to end up kind of more rough, but I don't want to spend too much time on each one. And the focus is on the colors and not the details. Hello, Maple Mystery. Good to see you. Your fave pencils? Nice. Prism the colors are pretty good stuff. Oh, you're talking about the pencil I'm sketching with. This is a Stettler Mars Lumograph. I have a quick stupid question. Is there a title image that will go on the platform where you can get the game? Is this a title image that will go on the platform? Oh, okay. Took a minute to like parse what you were saying. That's a good question that I was actually thinking about. Silver Streak, hello! Welcome, y'all. Thank you so much for coming by. I hope you had a great stream. Silver was doing a charity stream for benefiting National Bailout, which is fantastic, and I hope it went well. Venba. Oh, how did you like Venba? I've been wanting to play that. But back to Snowy's question. Let me bring up the itch page again real quick. I'm just gonna find that tab. So I was thinking about this earlier when I was putting together this itch page, because originally I was thinking that, yeah, this would be the art that we use for stuff like this. Obviously, you know, have to like crop it and potentially like rearrange things to make it work in a wide format like this. But that was what I had in mind. Mostly I just want to create a box that is like the type of box that it would have actually come in if it was a real game in 1986, without worrying too much about exactly how we're going to use the art. But I was also thinking we could use it for things like this. But then I started to think, wait, if this is like our primary image that we're showing to people in 2024, then, you know, people are going to look at it and they're not going to understand by seeing the art what kind of game it is, because it's not 1986 anymore. Like I feel like back then, like you always had this like drastic difference between, box art and what the actual game looked like. Which, as long as you understood that, the box art wasn't representative of the game, I think is totally fine. But using this in a modern context could potentially be confusing and not really like if you're looking through a bunch of images, like I think showing monochrome pixel art would stand out in a way that will draw in people that are interested in the type of game that this actually is. Whereas if we use this, illustrated box art, that'll probably draw in more people, honestly, but it'll be harder to get the people who would actually be interested in what we've made here. So yeah, definitely something to think about. Silver, good evening. It was a good time. Finished Assemble with care and went through some of Venba, which is lovely, but a huge heart gut punch at times. Got it. Absolutely loved it. Nice. Made me terribly hungry. Nice. Or not nice, depending. At least you have hopefully some giant cookie left. Res Mason says, oh cool, the game icon is like one of those old bus tokens with a letter punched out of the middle. Yes. Let's see, do I have that reference handy? I used a very specific token as reference for that, and it ended up coming out almost exactly like it, which I felt fine with. Here we go. That was our Twin City Motor Bus Co. reference. It's such a cool token, I thought. And it's got a T on it. In our case, that's because it's a transfer token. I think this might actually be a transfer token. Yeah, right. Here's the reverse side, transfer token. So yeah, it's totally a T for transfer token, which is fantastic. And I could not use that. Mini VMAC is running, Magnify is on, and my weary eyes are spared the indignity of squinting. Yeah, like it's kind of impossible to use Mini VMAC without Magnify on a modern computer. Goes to get more giant cookie. Nice. Obviously, when Transfer Point gets the eventual physical release, you should include a token. I don't know what I'm more upset by. That is now a thing I want to have just for me, or the fact that I honestly don't think I ever considered that. Probably because it's not very realistic. Like you could definitely get something like this made, but unless I do like a Kickstarter for a physical release and put a lot of effort into getting people interested in it. I don't know that we can get enough people that want to buy one to be able to afford whatever like the minimum run of such a thing would be. I did definitely consider purchasing just for myself a token like this on eBay. I did not look into how much that would cost. I feel like there were a lot of listings when I found these images, so my thought is they must go for a reasonably inexpensive amount, but who knows. Inherited one from my grandpa with a W on it. Nice. Okay, let's ink this in. I'll try to clean things up a little bit as I ink it. All came out a little bit weird looking, but it's close enough to figure out the stuff we're actually concerned about here. Hello. So, yeah, I was trying to move them around and I knocked some down and haven't had a chance to pick them up yet.
I have a Aurora Borealis report.
Oh, nice.
Is that apparently here you can't actually see it with the naked eye.
Oh, rude.
But a phone camera can pick it up, supposedly.
Interesting.
I borrowed your phone because it has a much better camera.
Sure.
But the pictures I took with your phone just look blue. The sky just looked blue.
Okay.
There's a little bit of like a pinky haze in the ones on my phone.
Okay.
But like I said before, like it doesn't really seem distinguishable as anything more interesting than just like normal city light haze. We might be too close to civilization.
Yeah.
So unless you want to take a break and go drive out to the country, I don't think we're gonna get to see it.
Not really. I feel like that would be it would be too much driving to get to a place where
it's dark enough.
Yeah. Thank you for the update. Get one 3D printed from Shapeways or something. That's a thought. So there's nothing else. You can get one 3D printed relatively easy using metal-based filament for weight, feel, and then stain it. Interesting. I feel like in order for me to be happy with it, it would have to be something pretty high quality to be worth the effort. And if it wasn't, I would rather just, get one of the real tokens off eBay for my own enjoyment. Heads up, looks like on average, custom minted tokens are about 75 cents per, and usually require a minimum of 1,000. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was thinking of like similar things like pins. I feel like there's places that can do like a metal pin. And I would think a smaller run than that. Like, I'm just basing that on like, having seen other folks sharing that kind of stuff on eBay, and like, I would be surprised if they're getting 1,000 of them. But yeah, like I was thinking like at least 100, which even getting 100 people that would want a transfer point transfer token might be a bit of a stretch. Eden White said, I just went out to see if I could see any auroras. Sadly, no. Probably too far south plus city lights. Can barely even see the Big Dipper. Okay, so what are we doing here? First, we're going to erase pencils. And then we're going to use some marker. Get in a nice, beautiful purple sky to start with. There's my markers. Oh, okay, I see what happened. So my watch band is magnetic. It's got a magnetic like each of these little things has a little magnet in them, basically. I've never actually had it stick to things that aren't the band itself, so that surprised me. Oh, silver. How much did you were you able to raise for National Bailout? You were up to 70 last time I was in stream, but I hope it was successful. And you're happy with the results. I've got like this desk. I wish I had a little more desk space to work with. It's a bit crowded. Still only 70. I do some Gorilla stream Sunday or Monday. Nice. But if not, $70 is still $70 for national bailout. Okay, so that's like a little bit closer to a solid color. So I think I will do the same with the ground to get some green in there. As well as these trees and bushes back here. It's going to be a much brighter green than we want, but like my thought here is like we get like some base color in and then do colored pencil, and maybe this will get me closer to having like a nice solid color overall. We'll see how it comes out. I think it'll end up looking a little bit better at least. I kind of forgot that I used brown here before, but you know what? Let's just do green. It might look better this way, honestly. Got birded, no regrets. You know, someone suggests we have like a trophy for that, some sort of achievement. Which I eventually decided was I couldn't think of a good way to do that within World Builder. But maybe we can figure out something for the Playdate version. I would really like to... one of the big things I wanted to do was keep track of deaths. So, like, you know, we could have a way to... Like, a thing I like about achievements in general is, like, they encourage you to... If it's a game you enjoy, they kind of help you find things to do that you might have missed. So ideally, you know, we can have a way to show the player how many deaths they found, and then they can go back and find the one they missed. So I think that would be nice. Just like the constraints of World Builder made that too difficult to do there. But definitely in the Playdate version that will be possible. What will be the technique for the final version? I want to try to paint it. We were talking about that a bit ago. I might try to use acrylics just because that seems like the most easy to work with option. From what I recall of you know, people talking about what's easy for a beginner painter. But I will do a little more research into my options before I commit to anything. But yeah, I want to try to paint this, and like, let's see, I have my reference. The Enchanted Scepters cover is kind of my primary inspiration here. Here's a good shot of that. In here, zoomed in, you can kind of see the details a little bit better. But like, I like this kind of look, and I'm hoping I can get something that kind of has this vibe to it. So if I struggle too much with painting, like ultimately I don't want to put in a huge amount of time to get good at painting. Like I'm more concerned with getting a good result. So if painting doesn't go well, I will consider other like traditional media options. I'm honestly not sure right now what that would be. But I'm not opposed to eventually saying, well, I gave it a shot. Let's just do this digitally and, get it done in a way that I'm happy with. But also, hello, Torsten Bronger. Good to see you. And 6-7. Do you like games where the point is to find all the endings? I think the example that always comes to mind is Don't Shit Your Pants. I gotta play that sometime. It sounds hilarious. It sounds like an experience. I'm familiar with the game and like I understand the basic idea, but I don't think I've actually seen anyone play it. Percentage how many clues you found, maybe. We have a score in the game. The problem with keeping track of deaths was that the easiest way to do a game over is to use the world builder supported method of ending the game, and when you do that, you lose all your variables basically, and any other data. Like the game is just over. So there's no way to start a new game and keep track of that death having been discovered. But we do have a score. There's a maximum of 24 points. A couple of those are very hard. I honestly don't know if anyone will ever find them unless they have watched the streams or look at the source code. But honestly, that's fine. The score is just there for fun. So it doesn't really matter. I think I determined that you can probably get 22, maybe even 23 points. No, probably 22 is a realistic maximum without having to really either try a wild number of things or get some hints at least. Still have lots of clear shrink plastic. We could make shrinky dink tokens. Now you're talking. I like that idea. That would be fun. You've never heard of Don't Shit Your Pants. So my understanding of it is it's a text parser game, and the goal is you have to go to the bathroom and you don't want to shit your pants. And it's a hyper-specific game. Again, I'm just going on my understanding of it, so anyone feel free to correct me if I'm getting any of this wrong. But you just have to be extremely detailed about all the actions you're taking. As you sit on the toilet and pull your pants down and stuff like that. Certainly fits with a flush the toilet redeem. Indeed it does. Bird it again. I thought we were cool. We weren't cool. Oh no. I'm so sorry, Res Mason. It would fit into a blank break slot. What is that? Shoot. Don't shit your pants game. Important to add game on the end. I don't know what I have no idea when this game came out or what it's available for. Oh, there's a Mac version. Oh, it's Flash. I was so excited for a moment and then my hopes were dashed. How How do you even play a Flash game these days? I feel like it's a significant challenge. Silver, you don't have to spend so much time on this. Double checked my settings on the site. 1 1/4 inch. 1 1/4. That sounds like a nice size. 3D pin, no fixing, flat back. Antique copper finish. 166 total for $25. Do you mean 25 tokens? For 25 total. Okay. So how are those made? Oh, I missed your previous message. Okay. Still not great price, but I found a place that lets you have full die-cut lapel pins that are 1 inch. Allow you to have no back fastener. Got it. That could be cool. That whole process sounds like something one of my silly middle school teachers gave odd examples about. Oh, we didn't need to learn to go to the bathroom. Well... Fortunately, Peasant's Quest is still available. Not sure about any other old Flash products. Yeah, like, I think there's, like... People have created, like, ways to play games without Flash... like a third-party like replacement plugin or something. And I'm sure there's ways to, install Flash if you have just the right setup or whatever. I'm just closing windows. I have too many windows open. Oh, there's an HTML5 version. Okay. Got it. Thank you. It's good to know. Crazygames.com. Okay. Nice. Nice. Progress will be saved locally. Oh, this is great. What is this? Oh god, it's so loud. Oh god, it's so loud. Okay. I'm not actually going to play this right now. Honestly, I forgot I still had the browser on stream. But we'll look at it. Instructions to start, type play. To view achievements, type awards. Oh, so there's achievements. Here I thought the sole achievement was to not shit your pants. Type delete to delete your file. Thank you on Secret Crush. Okay, good to know. All right. Do any of y'all have thoughts on clothing color? I think the big thing that I'm struggling with here is I'm still having a hard time picturing what this will look like when it's actually painted with, like, very opaque, solid color everywhere. I was able to get, reasonably solid with the green, but like, I get so much streaking with the purple here. With paint we'll have brush strokes, but that's different from what we're getting with these highlighters. Maybe I just need to give in and buy some nice markers. But I still can't figure out what we want to do. Let's start to color in the like darken up these background trees and stuff. Maybe this will start to look more like what I want. Huh. It's like it's not going on. That's interesting. It is a little bit. I don't know if I'm not pressing hard enough or this color isn't different enough. But I'm not seeing it as much as I expected to. Like, this is a pretty dark green. It's vert foncé. Oh, interesting. It almost looks more obvious on camera. So maybe a little bit is just the lighting. Let's see. I can put some skin tone in. Where'd my skin tone color go? Is that it? This is light peach. I think that's lighter than what I used before, but... Oh, I forgot to draw the collar. Brown jacket seems more common than green. For a bomber jacket? Brown's a good color for a jacket. It could work. These are very Silent Hill 2 colored clothes. Shit, they are. Damn it. I've drawn girl James Sunderland. I fucking have. Sometimes the LEDs suck. Oh, okay. Interesting. So I should make the jacket brown to make it Lady Harry Mason. Harry is better than James. I don't remember that much about Harry Mason as a character, but it doesn't take much to be better than James Sunderland. How about orange pants, white jacket like Heather? Now you're talking. Diagram to catch up to the Silent Hill comments. Sorry. Got a little behind there. I was so focused. Denim jacket with lots of flair. So Silent Hill 1 is in a category of games where I'm pretty sure I played it, but I'm not 100% positive. I've definitely... I have a memory of playing some amount of it on my Vita, I think. Oh, this one. Yeah. The Vert Foncé.
Okay, it doesn't have the specific flaw. I just remember...
I mean, it seemed fine over here on white. It was just when I was going over the green.
I remember having problems with sometimes the LEDs. There would be like a speck of uncolored white.
What?
And like you would be shading, and it's all very nice, and then all of a sudden it would be like scratch.
Wow.
And it was awful. The other problem I
Did you
always had
accidentally
was,
buy the knockoff Prismacolors?
here's the thing. This was what I was always annoyed about, because I thought the Prismacolors that my art school teacher had in the supply closet, which were themselves 20 years old at the time, were way better than the ones that I could get new in the store.
Oh, they fucking cheaped out on them.
They cheaped out on them, which is why I was surprised that these were the barrel, because I was thinking...
I'm sure they didn't lower the price, though.
Probably not.
These are expensive colored pencils.
I can only imagine that Newell Brands is not focusing on quality. That's why you fucking buy a brand name that's got clout. Anyway, the other problem I always had with them was some of the leads are like broken inside the barrel, and like as you sharpen it, they'll just fall out in chunks.
Yeah.
But that one doesn't have the specific problem that I was thinking of.
I will say, I do like the green and purple going on here.
Yeah, it's pretty good overall.
Let's put a little pink in the sky.
So are you gonna lean into Girl James Sunderland?
I don't know. I still like that's I picture her wearing these clothes. And it's like it's hard to change that mental image. Right. But I'm gonna at least experiment with other options.
Out now.
Okay.
Who knows when I might return. You got enough water?
Yeah. I should probably take a break, but I'm good on water.
It's sitting on your foot.
It's fine. If you couldn't hear, she said quit sitting on your foot. I have a bad habit of sitting. I can't just sit upright like a normal human being in a chair with my feet on the floor. I will frequently put one foot up on the chair, like kind of tucked under my other leg. Sometimes I'll put both legs up. And none of this is really a problem, except I'll do it for too long. And sometimes my foot ends up hurting for a long time because I keep doing this for like hours and hours while I'm working all day. I think I like the little sweetie color scheme as it's described in the game. Is there a white? There's no white pencil. It's too bad. I was just thinking, like, you know, we can add some nice highlights on it to kind of make sure it pops out nicely. Oh.
There is too a white pencil.
Oh, there is? Oh! It was hiding.
It's got one of the shitty broken leads. Good
Oh,
luck.
thank you. Bonk. Silver said, I'm sad to report that the unicorns on Silver's cookie cake, to clarify, are in fact rings that just have a powdered sugar texture on their front. Interesting. But you now have a bunch of unicorn rings, which is pretty good. Personally, if this were my cake, I would have preferred edible. Okay, now we can do little highlights. Yeah, as I suspected, it doesn't show up super well. But now you can keep them forever, exactly. I guess I'll use a little yellow for her hair. Maybe this will be too bright, but that's okay. We'll go over it with colored pencil either way. Oops. skin tone I had before. Where did I... That's not it, is it? No. Oh, there it is. Everything looks so different on camera. Not by a lot, but just... Just did a 10 pull on the Robin LC, is that what that says? Banner for giggles. Oh, light cone. And like Robin, my first 10 pull is her cone. Nice, congrats. Let's see. If we go with highlighter colors for her jacket. Purple's out, green's out. I mean, we can still go with this color scheme if I decide that's what I like the best. But I'm trying to pick a base color that is gonna give us more contrast with the background. So pink is good, but maybe too pink. Orange maybe looks too much like a safety vest. Honestly, like that's an even bigger concern with yellow, I think. And then there's blue. None of these colors are jumping out at me. We could... What if her jacket is Lil Sweetie blue? That might be kind of fun. It's like a teal color. Let's try it. Let's see how that looks. See, the problem for me is it looks too much like a jean jacket. And it just gives it a very different vibe. Stuck at 3 out of 24. How to procure bone meal to grow a plant in the pot if the skeletons don't spawn? What's wrong with the jean jacket? There's nothing wrong with the jean jacket. There's nothing inherently wrong with the jean jacket. It's just, it doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't look right to me. I'm also trying to figure out what's a shirt color I could use that's not like boring. Maybe I need to find like some good fashion reference to flip through for like clothing color inspiration. Because I tend to wear very muted, limited palette of colors, like I wear a lot of like green, brown, blue. Like it's hard for me to picture a good, brighter colored outfit. Or yeah. What's a color that would at least go well with this blue jacket? Let's do purple for the pants. Because all our purple is in the sky, I think we can get away with this just fine. What if you gave the blue jacket stripes? What if yoga pants? That's kind of what I've been picturing. Hear me out. Vintage Delia's jacket. All right. Oh, shit. What is... Oh, the search bar is weird. It keeps suggesting things. I was like, what is this animation happening? Yeah, something with stripes like this is very, very tempting. I'm not super into these particular stripes. As far as like I feel like fewer colors in a jacket is going to work better as a whole with this illustration. But like 2 or 3 color stripes could be good. I feel like I've got an image of a particular jacket I've seen that has stripes kind of like this, but I can't quite picture what it looks like. Forgot this part of the cookie had blue icing on it. I look like I devoured a Smurf. Oh no. Blue jacket with stripes awakened a memory. Nice. Marty McFly style. I can't quite picture. There's no stripes on here. Yeah, he wore in the first movie at least, he had like a vest over his jean jacket, which is a look. Did he have something with stripes in a later movie that I can't remember? Like, this is the second movie, right? Thought there were stripes in the jean jacket. Got it. I mean, I feel like... Whoops. I did it in the same tab. I feel like that's something he might have worn. I think that's believable. Colors could be anything, but I think this is the way because it is vaguely retro. We already referenced Dealies with the little Sweetie logo and so on. Sure, yeah. The more I think about this, like, I think I might have to do digital color studies to really figure out what I want this thing to look like. I think I'm okay with that. Because, like, if I do that, then I can still, you know, take a shot at painting the actual finished illustration. It's just kind of a easier way to help me figure out what I want all these colors to be. I keep losing my pencil because it looks like a blue colored pencil. Maybe let's do some more of these little super simplified fashion sketches here. Specifically with this striped jacket in mind. I feel like, should it be zipped up if we do this kind of jacket? I was going to say, I feel like if we have this much color on the jacket, we've got to do something pretty simple with the t-shirt, but it could also be zipped up, I suppose. Let's see. I think I ended up not drawing quite the correct number of stripes, but I'm going to try to approximate. Yellow, orange. Let's see. I think I'll skip the white one since I didn't draw enough. We'll do green and then red, which I guess is pink now. Let's see, what color are the pants? Orange pants is a bold choice, but we're gonna see how it looks. Oh no. I might have gotten marker on my pants. More eye-catching than just a plain jacket. Yeah, for sure. Called Bill Appleton's home phone for a game hint, and somehow he convinced me to buy a site license for a Salesforce plugin. Didn't affect my score. Bug or feature. You've stumbled onto the transfer point ARG, I think. This did not affect your score. You said it didn't affect your score. Do not think it needs to be zipped up. Okay. You agree with white shirt? I just feel like adding another color under a jacket with this much color happening is going to be a lot. It's an interesting game title. This does not affect your score. Yeah, okay. I could use a break, so I think I'm going to do that now. I wish I keep not setting up scenes that are appropriate for drawing. I think I'll just leave it on this scene and mute, so that way my art is on stream while I'm away, so people swinging by will know what I'm doing. But I will be back. I'll probably take. Oh gosh, it's 12:30. Yeah, I'll take a 5-minute break, maybe a tiny bit longer. But I'll be back in a few minutes. So like I got used to the pencil smell while I was in here before, but then I came back in this room and like just immediately it's just a room full of pencil smell now. It's very strong. Okay, so I was just talking to Unsecret Crush about stuff. We covered a few different topics, I think, but one thing I was talking about is this process. It hasn't been a waste of time, but it's not quite answering the questions I'm trying to answer, which is like, I want to figure out what this is gonna look like as a finished piece. Okay. Ideally, I want a tiny little like rough version of what this really looks like. And I don't think pencils I thought I could, I knew it wasn't ideal, but I thought I could maybe get there, and like this answered some of my questions, but is not good enough. And then like the highlighters are just, I don't have enough colors, and they're also, they're highlighters. If I had a set of really nice markers, that would be ideal. I own a large number of expensive markers, but that was a long time ago, and I'm sure they're all dried out now. I actually don't even know for sure if I still have them, but so like I don't think I can do the ideal process here without spending a bunch of money or just giving in and doing this process digitally. I just like if I'm gonna have any hope of painting this in a way that turns out pretty good, like I feel like I need a pretty good idea of what I want it to look like, and this is just not quite getting me there. So I think what I'm gonna do is go back to sketching, and like I'm pretty happy with the composition here, and I think I can make it work. So this process has at least given me some confidence that like I can figure out how to make this work. Honestly, like even though I don't like the pencils, like this is pretty helpful in helping me picture the finished result. Overall, I want colors that are more vibrant and shadows that are more dramatic. But, it's giving me the idea of what I want. Oh, speaking of which, we need a nice shadow on the ground coming from Brisket here. I'm just gonna give myself a little reminder of that. So I think for the rest of stream tonight, I will switch back to sketching, and I'll try to do a new sketch that is the entire box art drawing in this layout. And we'll focus on that for tonight. So speaking of all this, so my schedule next week is going to be a little different because I'm going to have a good opportunity for a bonus stream on Sunday afternoon. And then on Friday, we are going to see They Might Be Giants in Detroit. And I can't stream from there. I don't think they'll let me. So I will not be streaming on Friday next week. I wasn't sure what I would do on Sunday, but I think I'm going to want to make more progress on this in some form. So I'll probably do another art stream on Sunday. 11 out of 24 and feeling smart. Nice. Thank you for sharing your progress. I've been really curious how long it'll take people to get through the game. It's so easy for me to just like go through it really quickly, and like it's so hard to understand what the experience is going to be like for someone that isn't, you know, familiar with everything. I hope it will be enjoyable. Okay, I did that right. Queermint, hello. Good to see you. I hope you've been doing well. Keyboard shortcuts are speeding things up a lot, but they also make me myopic, not thinking hard enough about commands. Ah, interesting. Yeah, when I'm playing a world builder game, I tend to use the keyboard shortcuts for navigation. You know, north, south, east, west. Very nice for that. It takes 140 to finish King's Quest 1, so it doesn't matter really. Right. Speaking of which, I meant to mention, apparently today is the 40th anniversary of the original King's Quest, which is very exciting. There's a video that I've been wanting to watch, but I just haven't had the time yet. Ken Williams posted a video of Roberta Williams just kind of talking about King's Quest for the 40th anniversary. I can't remember his username. I was going to try to look it up. But 40 years. I didn't play King's Quest until the third game, but definitely that series as a whole, and like especially like all of Roberta Williams' work was definitely a big part of my interest in adventure games. Cabo Ken, thank you. I knew it was something like that, but I couldn't quite. I thought there was maybe a number in it. Okay. So there's the video if anyone is interested and hasn't seen it floating around already. It's like a half hour long, so that's why I haven't had a chance to get to it yet. Silver says it's very lovely. Nice. Okay, so goodbye color. Welcome back black and white. So what I want to do here is, like, these are my last two versions that I did off stream. Oh, we're zoomed in too much now. There we go. So this one was just like I had some reference that wasn't quite correct, and I had to make up a lot of it, and I just kind of drew her in the proportions that I kind of draw anyone. And I don't think there's anything bad about it, but I just wanted to try something a little different than that. And make her more proportioned to how I have been picturing this character. So this is based more closely on a reference I found. This is the exact pose of the reference, just had to make up the clothing and stuff, like how that folds would be and how the jacket would hang and stuff like that. I don't think I got those quite right, but it definitely helped me get more realistic proportions. And I feel like what I want is somewhere in between these two. Which I think I can get there. The one thing I'm not sure of is if I'm going to need a light table for this, because it would definitely help to be able to trace some things. I do need a new sheet of paper. Want that jacket with the stripes? Yeah, I don't know if you were here when we were looking at this actual jacket. It's a very good jacket. Could be yours for only $67.50. Plus shipping. So let's see. I don't think, yeah. I can't see. Even holding it up to the light of the computer, I can see nothing. So I'm going to have to go get the light table. The light is actually still here. So let me go grab that real quick. Shoot. This requires some rearranging because it takes up so much space. Okay, I'll be back in just a minute. We were talking about where this came from. I was trying to see if it had like a brand name on it or something anywhere, but I saw no markings of any sort. So it's a mystery. That would be like 120 AUD, and shipping would probably be like $50 at least. Yeah. Yeah. Where's Mason said, almost forgot to drink the Bundaberg. Took a sip, score unchanged. Clearly a bug. Just know in my heart that you received a point for the Bundaberg. That's the 25th point, by the way. So if you manage to get a perfect score, you will have over 100% of points. Let's see, I'm just trying to use my brain. So this is the is the light I'm putting under here. It's just a strip. It's not really ideal, but it works well enough. Okay, sorry for all the noises. I would love to figure out how to turn this into like a really great light table. Like, I feel like there's like LED strips that are just like a flexible strip that might work really well. Okay. There we go. Yeah, that's... What you're seeing there is about what I'm seeing. I just gotta kind of, like, I don't need to see perfectly. I just want to, like, I want to be able to get close to what I've already drawn for the parts that I like. And, you know, be able to draw something that's similar without having to recreate everything. It's very easy to, like, just get proportions not quite the same and stuff like that. I'm not 100% sure what I want to change from this. So I think my process is just going to be to kind of go over it and try to figure that out as I go. I do find that generally, like, just tracing over something I've already drawn, like, I'm trying to find. I mean, the process I'm doing right now got me from this very loose drawing to this, which is, you know, it's not perfect, but it's a lot better, right? Posited my old clunky fluorescent tube light box is still somewhere. I believe you, but I have no idea where. Oh, you know what? I think I maybe do, actually. I think there's a box in the basement that it's in. I've always kind of struggled with faces. I have a particular way of drawing faces that for something, you know, just a quick like sketch is fine, but like I don't really love it. And I don't know. Like every detail, like eyes, noses especially, I have a hard time with. And I guess I also don't know exactly what kind of style I want this to be. Like I definitely want it to overall have the vibe of that like 80s box art, like the Enchanted Scepters version that I shared, but it doesn't necessarily have to be exactly like that. I feel like that kind of art is relatively realistic most of the time. Did you see the Aurora Borealis last night? We tried to see it. It's supposedly potentially visible here tonight, but I think we just have we have a lot of trees around us in the direction that we need to be looking, and there's a lot of like the area we live in is a very populated area, and there's just a lot of like shoot, I'm blanking on the term, but like there's just a lot of, you know, light from artificial light. So yeah, we couldn't really see anything. Like, you know, I can kind of see some what looks like something in the distance, but it doesn't look like much. And it's probably just, you know, light from artificial sources that I'm seeing. This is the first edition of Point Click Laugh. I'm trying to remember the full description of that book. It might be. I feel like her hair is really tricky. Let's see, I'm trying to find my reference here. My in-game art. Oh, I got too many tabs. Oh my god. Did I lose the tab? I'm gonna close some tabs. I think I lost my tab. Okay. So here's my itch page with all my references on it. Okay, so here's Cameron in the game. I like her hair here. It's very kind of... like, I feel like as I keep sketching it, I'm like making it more... I can't think of the right words. Like, it's more disheveled here. Which I think is what we want. But it's hard to like, it's first of all, it's hard to get that in this like angle that I'm trying to draw. It's kind of hard to figure out, like, especially like over here, what should this, oh, y'all can't see what I'm pointing at. Like over on this side, like what exactly should the hair be doing here? But I feel like this is not it. Lost my other eraser, which is a much better eraser. I don't know where it went. This this light table kind of blocks my view of everything else on this desk. And now I lost my pencil. Okay, I found the pencil at least. Light pollution, yes, thank you. 17 out of 24. Nice, you're doing great, Rez. For anyone confused by these messages, Rez Mason is playtesting the game. And that's their score so far. Which 17 is doing pretty good, I'd say. Getting a maximum score in the game is quite difficult. I feel like this, the way I've drawn this collar is weird. I gotta get up and find the eraser I lost. Oh, there it is. I wonder I couldn't find it. It was on the floor. Really enjoying it so far. Nice. I'm so glad to hear that. As someone who's spent a lot of time making games, but basically has never released one, it's kind of terrifying. Like, especially, like, this is a project, like, I took a year on it. Like, a year is a long time, right? But for total number of hours spent on it, you know, I didn't spend a huge amount of time on it. And, you know, an important part of the process was, like, not worrying too much about everything. Like, there's so many things in this game I would love to polish up a little bit more, but I really didn't want to do that. You know, the focus was on, you know, getting it done. And also, like, I kind of wanted to appreciate its imperfections to some degree. Thank you for not making me learn a new language yet. Good news, you will not have to learn a new language in this game. I don't think I'm good enough at linguistics to be the type of game designer that makes up a new language and forces you to learn it to get through the game. I really need a proper reference for this image with a, you know, an actual similar jacket, ideally, which is honestly going to be tricky. I can at least get, can make Unsecret Crush put on a similar kind of puffy jacket. It's a good goal, just getting something done. Yeah. Has tunic flashbacks. Hello, Culinary. Good to see you. Hope you are doing well. Tunic, because of the I don't want to spoil Tunic, so I'm thinking about what is okay. I'll just say this. There's a made-up language in Tunic, and it's not a simple, like, you just like replace letters. Like, if it's a language in a game where it's just like, you know, you have to figure out what letters map to the English letters, like, that's manageable for me. But like the thing in Tunic is more complex. And I decided that while I appreciated it, like, taking the time to figure that out was not something I wanted to invest a lot of time in myself. I do think it's really cool that they put the effort into that, though. And it's great. Like, I love seeing people that, like, Culinary made, like, a version of the in-game instruction book that's all translated and stuff. And that was super cool to see. Oh, yeah. You will need to send that to Unsecret Crush. But I would be totally happy to share that for anyone interested. Oh, actually, you could also send it to me. Whisper it to me. I forgot that those should show up in my app now. Okay, so the arms of this jacket, I had a hard time figuring out. Thank you, Culinary. Oh, see, I get to use a feature of my app that I've never used before. That's great. Okay, arms. I guess I should also, if we're going to draw this Delia's jacket, I should be kind of looking at that. I would say this is a pretty similar type of jacket to what I've been drawing. I'm not sure what's going on up here. Especially, is this yellow thing part of the jacket? I think I'm just gonna keep this type of collar. But the rest of this, I will draw a little closer to this, I think. Oh, Riz Mason said, can I gush about that for a second? There's a streamer named Ray March, and I watched them decipher that language live on stream. What made it particularly fun is their text editor supported custom ligatures, and they used that to decipher it like no one else on Earth could, and it was so watchable. That sounds very cool. Oops. Just opening a tab so I can check out that person's streams later. Maybe VS Code with a plugin or two. I wouldn't be surprised if I was wrong, though. Interesting. Connie said, I think what I've translated to is really dang accurate. There might be some words I misread, but I'm very confident in it. Nice. I think that yellow thing is like a headband or scrunchy type thing on the table. Got it. I was pretty sure that was something separate, but like I also couldn't quite make sense of what's going on with the collar. Like it's like a, it's like a winter jacket, so it's like designed to be something you can zip up nice and high and really cover your neck. But there's also like some snaps on it that I'm not sure what those are. I guess if you want to like fold the collar over or something, probably. Are there other... Oh, there's other pictures of it. I didn't even scroll down. So there's a person wearing it. So yeah, it's just like a tall collar, and I think you can like maybe roll it down and snap it in place. Oh. It's interesting. Oh, it's got a rip in the armpit. Oh. Vest version. That's a little different. It's not quite the same thing. But similar vibes, I suppose. Oops. Too used to pressing the game button. Okay. So, let's see. The arms are going to be like... I had similar seams drawn, but I think they're not necessarily ideal. Let's see, in these pockets, be kind of like that. It's so hard to like... Oh, the bottom of the jacket I've drawn is different. Like it doesn't have this big elastic band like the Delia's jacket. I do kind of dig that. So let's try to draw that. Honestly, I can't remember if I started to say this or was just thinking about saying it, but like, it's really hard to like look at a garment that's laid out on a table like this and like figure out how this is gonna hang on a real person. Like, especially like, I feel like it's a little bit easier to picture how a jacket like this would look if it's zipped up. Easier for me, anyway. Oh, right. So, like, this strip here, on the jacket, I was modeling this originally after, like, the zipper is here, and then on this side, it's right on the edge here. So, like, this strip here is kind of like an extra flap that tucks under the opposite side. I feel like this type of jacket would not have anything like that. So maybe I should take that out. Just like with the elastic at the bottom, I don't know how that would work. Catted poetic end. Rip. I feel like it would be a bit bulkier. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. It's hard to picture how that bulk works out exactly. That's a little more in the right direction. Cat it again because I'm a serious plays tester. Thank you. Thank you for being thorough. I'm still not sure if what I've drawn is good, but I'm gonna continue on to the arms here. That's what Bill Appleton would have wanted if he hadn't pivoted to enterprise middleware. That reminds me. The World Builder manual suggests that you could use it to create software that is not just a game. I don't think it really gives any suggestion of what you could do that's not a game. But I'm curious if anyone ever did that. In what they would have come up with. I mean, it's got a decent amount of like interactivity you can do. I just like it's really tough for me to imagine what you could do. Like you have a decent amount of flexibility with what can display in the graphic area. And you know, you got this text window that you can have support kind of any type of text input to some degree. That's how you move more units in 1986. I just like take for example, like you couldn't make a spreadsheet. You couldn't make Word or any kind of notes program in it. You could maybe make some sort of weird art program with it, but I feel like it would be limited in too many ways. Because you can't give the player control over where an object is in the scene. So it seems like there's so many weird little limitations that are very specific to what it's designed for that I'm not sure anyone really put thought into that beyond like, well, I guess you could use it for something that's not a game. Why don't we point that out to people and see what they come up with? Hypercard definitely did better in like having enough flexibility that you could really create a lot of different stuff with. I'm just trying to like this sleeve of the jacket looks weird, and I think the problem is like this arm is all the way down and this arm is foreshortened, so like it's you know, you're not seeing the whole length of the arm because it's up somewhat. So like this needs to be more round for the angle it's at. So far it's not coming out terribly different, but we'll get there eventually. Hypercard would have remained relevant if only we'd stay true to the 512 by 384 screen size. Indeed. Just remembering that I kind of maybe preferred the hand in this drawing, which is surprising because I just made this hand up, but I liked how it came out. And this one I struggled with just because of the angle it's at. I guess I'll take another shot at it. Like if I want the hand to look like this, I need to change how this arm is hanging. So I'll take another shot at this and see if I can figure out how to, you know, I think I have, or do I? Oh no, it was on my iPad. The reference that I used for this drawing. It might be good to bring that up, though. Let's see. I think I can find it. Oh, what was that folder called? And did I move it somewhere? I found the folder. Now I need to find the image. Okay. So I really wanted a reference for like the kind of pose I was drawing, and I spent so much time just looking through mostly stock photo sites, and I finally found this one that was a pretty close match for what I had been drawing. Obviously drastically different outfit, but that was what I based this drawing off. So now I'm looking at the hand here just to try to figure out how to draw that better. Oh geez, it's 1:30 already? Hands are wild, man. Serious respect for an artist that can draw a hand at a weird angle and make it look right. Like, I feel like a lot of the trick with hands is like, I feel like it helps if I can think of it like in like block it in first. So like, you know, not worry about individual fingers at first. But kind of like this is a wooden puppet, and it's just got these like kind of mitten fingers. But like at an angle like this, it's so weird, like it's really hard to visualize. And I cannot do it. A hand is a series of tubes, true. I like a slight S in a figure though, is more dynamic than just upright. Yeah. Yeah, I do think that's maybe like, I mean, this is still pretty upright, but I feel like there was a little bit more of that going on here. And that is maybe like, I feel like overall this is just slightly more like I said, like I really want to try to get somewhere that's in between here. I feel like I'm focusing too much on little details, and I'm not really working that out yet, but it's still helpful. We're getting details of the jacket and stuff, and we'll get there eventually. But yeah, like I feel like I maybe want to make this less like, I'm reminded of a lot of a thing in animation where like if you animate something that is too close to what it looks like in real life, it ends up looking kind of lifeless. So like it helps to exaggerate things in that a little bit counterintuitively makes it feel like there's more life in it. And I feel like it's kind of the same thing with illustration, like just exaggerating a pose a little bit can help a lot. I'm just thinking about what I keep doing with this shirt here and kind of doing this like very exaggerated angle in the bottom of it, and I don't know if I'm quite happy with that. So I'm just going to kind of not worry about that just yet. All right. I kind of forgot about half of my plan with this was to do the full illustration. And I meant to put this a little more off to the side. I can still fill in some more of this with what we have here, but I might run out of room on the right side. Let's see, did I? I'm just thinking about the angle of the little sweetie here. Mabel Mystery says, my life drawing teacher would often challenge us to beat the model, as in make their pose more dynamic than the reality and expressive. Yeah, that's a interesting phrase to use, but yeah, same idea. I probably should have not traced this. Or at least started out with just... You know, I could still use the light box and have it underneath as a reference, but like, I probably should have started out by just loosely sketching out the pose and making it a little more dynamic. But we can always do that next time. I can't figure out what I want to do with the shirt. This experience is like kind of making me want to do more drawing. Like honestly, maybe even take classes or something. It's the kind of thing where like I did a lot of figure drawing in school, but I feel like I never. Maybe my understanding of anatomy was never good enough. I don't know. I frequently struggle with like. I can do okay if I've been in practice and I'm, you know, trying to draw, you know, a person that I'm actually looking at. Now that I think about it, like, I do think it's a little easier to draw a person in front of you than draw a photo that you're looking at. Like, in some ways, it's more difficult. But it helps you understand the way everything looks in 3 dimensions, and like being able to like see that is really helpful for, you know, ultimately understanding how to draw it on paper. I feel like his hand is getting there. Kind of helps that I've drawn it very loosely, but it's a little bit better. Excuse me. Secret Crush said, my life drawing teacher once made us change our long-term studies of a model every time she changed her hairstyle, which she did frequently. Interesting. She'd have straight hair 1 week, braids the next, and he wouldn't let us leave the hair how they'd rendered it in the previous session. Oh, okay. We were done doing drawings of the same pose over like a month, and yet he insisted we draw the model as she appeared that day. That sounds like both frustrating and also valuable. Colin says, if you're trying to draw a photo, you're drawing a facsimile. If you're drawing a person in front of you, you're drawing your impression of that figure. Yeah, like if you're looking at a photo, it's like it's easier to understand like how what you're seeing translates into a two-dimensional drawing because that is already done for you, right? But like, then when you get to a detail like this hand that's, at a kind of in between angle, and there's foreshortening happening, like it's tricky to like to me, I need to be able to like have a like mental image of a thing in 3 dimensions. I don't know, it's kind of hard for me to explain, but like it's like I'm not seeing enough. And I'd still have a hard time drawing this if I was just looking at a person. In fact, I would probably do a worse job of like getting a representation of this. But I think, being able to see it would help me understand it better. And like with practice, I could eventually get there. Draw the hair on tracing paper. Yeah, I might make Holly model for me, or at least take some reference photos. Having like multiple reference photos of like the pose and clothing I want would also be another way to get like what I'm after. I'm still thinking about the shirt. I should draw the stripes on the jacket. I keep thinking about that. So let's see. That kind of go from... Kind of go like that. I think that's pretty correct. Yeah, I really feel like this is, I'm already running into the pockets here. Maybe part of the problem is like the original jacket I drew was intentionally shorter in the body, which I don't think matches what this jacket is meant to be like. But I don't know. I feel like drawing 5 stripes is just going to be too much. So maybe we'll try 3. Stuck at 17 out of 24, but determined. Interesting. So let me ask you this, Res Mason. I assume you have not completed the game yet. Is that correct? Like, I think I determined that it would be difficult to finish the game with less than 19 points. Am I meant to be able to get the blank blank from the blank blank multiple times? There's one thing I can think of that you can get multiple times. Inside the house. I will say, if you want like more direct hints, I'll be happy to give you those privately over like Mastodon or whatever. Yeah, you do have different proportions than this, but like that doesn't mean it wouldn't be helpful. Like, I feel like just having a reference of like a similar type of jacket with this pose would be super helpful. I think I'm done tracing for now. So I'll just keep this off to the side. It would also help, like I'm thinking about lighting right now, like definitely lighting is a big thing. Like I think when I try to figure out the shadows on this jacket, I'm gonna have a hard time. I think that was self-censoring, Silver. My intent with finding that jacket photo is more of a vibe. Sure, yeah. I do think it's a good vibe. I think just adding a couple of stripes to what you have here is sufficient. It's funny because adding a couple of stripes would give us the exact number of stripes in the photo. Go wild and make it asymmetrical. No stripes on the other side? Thank you for the follow. Great to have you here. Speaking of being late, I'm supposedly going to wake up at a normal hour and then tear out all the remaining grass from my front lawn before CDN tomorrow, so I must sleep. Have a rad night all. Thank you, Silver, for the raid. I hope you sleep well. I'm going to give you another shout out to remind everyone that I will be over on Silver's channel again tomorrow for more Lamplight City, 7 p.m. Eastern, or you can check either of our schedules to see that in your local time zone. I'm super excited to play more of that. It's a neat game, and also like I shared on Discord and Twitter and Mastodon a talk that Francisco Gonzalez did a while back at Adventure X. I think that's the right name of the conference. And he talked about how to design adventure games in a way that is less likely to frustrate the player, which I think is a very good goal and something that a lot of games, a lot of adventure games in particular, don't worry about. Maybe even in some cases they try to frustrate the player. And I think it was a very good argument made for, like he talks about a lot of different ways you can do this, but kind of the primary suggestion I feel like was to not give a bunch of scenarios where you're simply telling the player you can't do that. I feel like his design process led him to like the one-click approach he used in Lamplight City. I guess that was the first game where he used that. So like you have a single click that usually starts with looking at an item, and then sometimes this allows you to click again to interact, which is an interesting approach. I really like having a lot of options. Like I feel like as far as a point and click game, Maupiti Island is kind of the extreme opposite end of that. But like one thing he talked about was instead of telling the player you can't do that, like for one, like give a specific response of like telling the player exactly what it is that they can't do, because if you click on an item and then click on another thing, like the player might have a different idea in mind than what the game has in mind, like what it's been programmed to do. So if you can be specific or ideally kind of help guide the player in the direction that you mean for them to go. That feels a lot better than just saying you can't do that over and over. Oh, you meant just putting a couple stripes on the jacket you drew. Got it. Oh, you're there at that talk. Nice. Oh, that reminds me. I saw you tweet that you're going to be on a panel with Meredith Gran and I forget who else, but I really want to go with that. I don't think I can. I debated about that for a while. But I think it's probably too much of an expense. But I'm sure that will be a very fun conference. That's, I can't remember the name of it. I know it's in Seattle. You're badly raised, Smell PD Island. Exactly. Tom Hardwidge, thank you. I'll watch that talk once I'm done converting this gameplay experience into personal judgments of your character. Thank you. Really enjoyed your playthrough of Perfect Tides. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I love that game so much. So good. I'm excited about the sequel too. All right, I'm gonna draw a shirt. I think I'm gonna do similar to what I've been drawing, just less exaggerated. Like the idea is it's kind of tucked in somewhere on this side and then it's kind of hanging loose over on this side. This is another thing where like having any kind of reference would like help me figure out what these fold. Like I feel like the problem with every version of drawn of this shirt is it doesn't look like what a real shirt would ever do because I don't know how to get the folds right. Drop my eraser again. Adventure Game Hotspot Fanfare in Tacoma, Washington. Yes, thank you. Oops, wrong end. Yeah, I feel like I could have done better with this drawing if I had focused on the sketching out the pose first without tracing it so directly. I feel like this might be controversial, but I don't know how I feel about the stripes. Just looking at these two side by side, it gives us a very different vibe. Than what I was originally. I think ultimately it's a much more retro vibe. And doesn't fit with what she would be wearing at this point in time. Like I said, I knew it would be controversial. I'm not saying I'm not going to keep them, but I don't know that I'm quite sold on them. But thank you for your feedback. I always appreciate when people give me feedback that I don't agree with. And I feel like it's hard to make that clear. Like, I've been in a lot of situations where I ask someone for their feedback on something and they tell me, and like I don't agree with it, and I make it clear to them that I don't agree. Like, I might even, argue my point. But it's still really good to get that feedback, because it can help you figure out what you actually want to do. It kind of helps you think through it more clearly. In my mind, this is a jacket she's had for a long time. Okay. It's a fair point. I think the material on her shoulders and collarbones could stay without the stripes below. Maybe one of those jackets with frilly leather stuff dangling off the collarbone. I do not understand what you're describing at all. Like something a tracker would wear, or a falconer, or a Texan. Fascinating. Conor says, "Oh, for sure. I love that my coworker and I constructively argue and make some dang good software together." That's great. Oh. I yanked on the cord in a direction that was unpleasant. Are you talking about fringe, Res Mason? That's the best I could picture. This collar is definitely... What is going on here? I feel like I'm getting these curves all wrong. Whispering your URL. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Oh, it's so nice that whispers show up in my app now. I don't have to open a Twitch tab. That's a little bit different look than what I'm going for. So I forgot to draw any indication of a zipper here. Share with the class. Oh, sure. Let me. This is a very long URL. I'm an expert URL shortener, so let me clean this up a little. There we go. Oh, no worries. I feel like I'm just fussing with lines here and not really making any progress. It's 2 a.m. I should probably call it a night. I'm definitely going to do more of this on Sunday. Yeah, this is intense fringe. Still 17 out of 24. I know you can do it. I am very curious. Send me a message on Mastodon to give me a little info about what you're stuck at. There's definitely some difficult things in the game that I'm worried that are a little too difficult. And I feel like you might have gotten to that point. I'm debating if I want to do a little bit more. Let's try to get some of the background stuff in this sketch. That'll feel more like I made progress. So this might be just enough for him to get everything in here. Brisket. Oh. A shorter ruler might be better right now, but this will do. Scroll down that page and the suggested products seem to imply there are 4 types of men's jackets. Fringed, motorcycle, classic, motorcycle, modern, and Carhartt. I think that's correct. I think that is correct. Not frustrated at the game and certainly not brisket. That's good. It's just my bus sign pole. Is that? Did I somehow manage to make that crooked? I think it's a little bit crooked. I'm not going to worry about it. I also probably made it too big. At some point, I might have to get really fussy about perspective for this drawing. For a loose sketch, it's easy to be like, yeah, it looks about right. And if, nothing looks off. But then as you start to get more detailed, it's like things can start to look just a little bit weird if you didn't actually take the time to figure out the correct perspective of everything. Ultimately, it's just like you gotta think about where your horizon is and then draw a bunch of lines to make sure it's all make sure your lines are all going towards the vanishing point. Which in some cases is going to be like way off the edge of your paper. For example, might go right into the lamp. Cat it again. Oh my gosh. I'm really curious what you're stuck at. I think I have a pretty good idea. The help file mentions help file. It's not really a file. The help screens in the game mention that there's one puzzle in the game that's very difficult, and I'm very sorry about it. I genuinely do feel bad. It's just that I think it's very funny. And I couldn't let it go. So I did my best to give some hints about it. But I'm worried a lot of people get stuck at it. And I kind of wonder if that's what you're stuck at. Probably no one will even agree with me that it's funny, but that's okay. Forgot the fifth type of men's jacket, bomber. Yeah, you did. That's true. That's okay. C142, hello and welcome. Hello, fellow lords and maidens. Anyone going to the tavern later? Got my serfs working the fields right now, so I'm down for anything. Oh gosh. I certainly don't have any serfs myself, and I think it's too late to be going to the tavern, but I hope you have a nice time there. Okay, this pole is too thick. I'm trying to think of the placement. I think it's also too high. Yeah. So probably down here more. And then just the angle of this sign. What is on this sign? That's an even better question. I cannot remember. Okay, so it's got a little stripe at the bottom and then a bus icon. Easy enough. We're looking at this from the opposite angle, and I'm not sure if there would be a bus schedule on both sides of this. I guess we can kind of suggest one a little bit. Find it mildly upsetting that you've oriented the bus stop facing the opposite direction. Yeah, I think that's fair. It's okay to be upset by it. I didn't really want to do that, but I don't know. Maybe I'll think about it. Maybe it felt necessary at the time, but now that I'm thinking about it, it honestly might work a little bit better if we keep the same angle that's in the game. Unsettled, not upset. Got it. I guess I do kind of... I potentially like having a different angle on the bus stop. Like, it's nice to see things in a little bit different perspective than what you see in the game. Let's see. I had a... Somewhere I had some cat photos. Oh no, maybe I didn't save that one. Do I still have it open in the tab? That's the question. Oh, I do. Cat sitting. Okay. Oh, there we go. This is the cat reference I used last time. It's not perfect, but... Is this gonna... Oh, it's not here at all. It's not even on the page anywhere. It's terrible. This means I can't make it bigger. Wait, can I? Oh. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. There we go. Okay. I got it. We got a big cat. Big cat incoming. There we go. It's a pretty big cat. Alright. Like, I feel like this isn't the best reference, but it's good enough to help me kind of rough this in here. And then at some point we'll find a reference that's like exactly the pose we're going for. Cats. I'm going to take the cat away. I'm sorry. Just so y'all can see what I'm drawing. The good news is I'm drawing the cat, so a new cat will appear over time. Shoot, I might need to get a brisket reference. I think I'm not going to worry about it for right now, but in the future we might want to look at what brisket actually looks like when I'm drawing them. I know I got big eyes. Seven says, channel those box arts commissioned without knowledge of the game and change it to a subway station on the box art. Nancy Crush says, I have a contradictory opinion. The bus stop in the drawing seems like it's turning away from the character. I realize this sounds like an unhinged thing to say. You mean like I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Like, I mean, it is kind of facing like one thing I just thought of is like, you know, if this is, well, I guess we know she has the little sweetie, so this isn't a scene from early in the game. Like, it's not right at the beginning of the game. But if the bus stop were facing the other way, it would look more like she's walking away from the bus stop. So maybe that would seem a little bit more appropriate. So maybe that's kind of what you're thinking. Just something about the character facing away from the bus stop, and then the bus stop is also looking away from the character. It's making a shape in the overall composition I don't like. Got it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like, you know, previously I just had these little sketches. And, like here in particular, I didn't mind it. But with what I've got here so far, I'm not convinced this is correct. Cats are good. I should come up with excuses to draw cats more often. Maybe the box art should just be Brisket. See, so the reference in the reference, this cat's tail is kind of right around here, but I wanted it to be a little more dramatic, which is why I think like, I don't know if the way I drew this in my little sketches is a realistic thing for a cat's tail to do, but it might be worth, like, I kind of wonder if maybe they wouldn't they would keep their tail closer to their body naturally. And I also can't really see this cat's back feet very well, so we'll just that's it. I'm not going to draw that foot at all. Pretty happy with the amount of cat I've drawn there. If the bus stop had eyes, both of them are not looking at each other, and I want them to be more in conversation with each other. I'm sorry to awaken the part of me that had to express shit like this in class critiques. No, I think that's valid. Maple Mystery says, I agree. Compositionally, the bus stop right now is leading the eye away from the image. Yeah, I think that is the big issue, which I think is also kind of what Unsecret Crush is getting at. Hello, Hinton. I hope you're enjoying your vacation. Compositionally, I'm leading my eye off the work week. Nice. Good for you. Okay, so I'm just going to write myself a little note. Flop angle. I feel like it's very easy in general to like do a quick little sketch, whether it's small or big or whatever, and then you're like, okay, I understand what I want this to look like. Okay, 1 minute. And then, you know, you try to refine it, draw it bigger, etc., and it kind of loses something. And I think that has very much happened here multiple times throughout this process. But we'll get there eventually. I think the important thing is to just keep at it and keep working things out. Hinton has redeemed a Mac Break. Hinton, do you have a game you would like for Mac Break? Let's see, we have... Pipe Dream, Load Runner, Toxic Ravine, and Glider. All to choose from. Like, thematically, the bus stop is supposed to be drawing the... Oh, sorry, my app is... drawing the character towards it, right? Is it? Maybe? I suppose that's fair to say. What should I have for 2 a.m. snack break? That's a really good question. You don't have to do the Mac break. I was just testing it was enabled. Well, I specifically enabled it for tonight. So, like, it's totally fine that you did it. And I think that's a good way to finish up stream. I'm not really happy with this, but we drew a cat, and that's all that matters in the end. I think it was time well spent. Even though I'm, like... I still got a lot of questions, but we're slowly working through it, and like this process, even though I didn't get what I wanted out of it, I got some of what I wanted out of it. So like I said, I think I will continue working on this Sunday. I don't think that's on my schedule anywhere yet, but that'll be at 4 p.m. Eastern. Toxic Ravine, if you're into it. Okay, nice. We haven't played that one in a bit. Oh no. This is so cumbersome. Thank you for the brisket on Secret Crush. We're learning things such as how we feel about if bus stops had eyes. Yes, we are. Okay. You know, I never thought about it much in the past, but it's really convenient that you can plug this keyboard in on either side. Because depending on where I have it, both sides are useful. And then the other side, you can plug something else in if you want to. It's a nice design. All right, Mac break. I still don't have... One day I'll make a little animated intro for Mac break. But welcome to Mac break, where I play a Mac game for 15 minutes. Hinton has selected Toxic Ravine, which, as we all know, the full name of Toxic Ravine, for some reason, is Orlando Poon Jr.'s Toxic Ravine. Where is it? There it is. It's right there. Mike, that's me. Oh, there's not a junior? I thought there was a junior in the name. We're playing as junior. So the story which we went over last time, basically Orlando Poon Sr. Was involved in some stuff. It didn't go well. Now there's toxic ravines everywhere, and it's Junior's job to go around and clean up the mess. Midnight turnip juice. That does sound pretty great. So let's start the game and see if I can remember how to play it. I wonder if there's keyboard shortcuts somewhere. Maybe in the hints and advice. We went through most of this stuff last time. Why is no text appearing here? Huh. Oh, you have to click this. You have to select a thing and then click display, or you can double click. That's very interesting. Oh. What? Huh. I should probably read more of this at some point, but I want to get into it, so we're not going to do that right now. There's a lot going on in this game. There's so much going on in this game. I don't understand any of it. If you like Toxic Ravine, more shareware is available from the bizarre mind of G.R. Witchman. For example, Mombasa. If you like Shanghai, you'll love Mombasa. Wonderful. So it's a game about intergenerational trauma. Yes, very much so. All right, let's start the game and we'll see how we do. So I do feel like there are some shortcuts I discovered. Okay, space lets us switch directions. Okay, so that's okay. S Drops a bomb. I think that's, yeah, that's a smart bomb. I don't have a lot of those, so it's unfortunate that I've wasted 2 of them now, but at least we know. Okay. 5 is the magnet. Oh, I wonder if having my numpad would help. I bet that would let me... Let's find out. That might let me control these things. Because early Macs didn't have arrow keys, but they did have a numpad. Like this. Yeah, there we go. Okay. We're learning. So I picked up this guy. I don't know if that's useful. And now I've dropped him again. Let's see if we can bring him. Okay. I don't think that's useful, but it was fun. What else do we have here? Oh, I did that again. So that's 5 for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, 0. Oh, that was bad. But 0 is our bombs, which is kind of our main... attack method. Can I... Okay, I can't do anything. That's just blocking me now. That's not great. These guys are not good. Okay, we can kill them. So our goal here is to clean up and then also rescue. So occasionally little guys will appear that are very cute, and we want to rescue them. And I think that's what we use our magnet for, if I recall correctly. Oh, I shot another hole there. I don't know if I need to clear out these balloons. Oops, did that again. It's really hard to not shoot the ground a bunch. But it's kind of bad if you do. Yep, I keep doing it. Oh God, am I? Oh right, I can't shoot when I'm above this wasted smart bomb. I don't know if that's going to be a problem. Where are the guys? We haven't found any guys. There's one. Okay, great. Help. I love the little guys. Okay, so we can send a magnet down. Grab the little guy. Take him back up.
Thanks.
There we go. Best part of the game. Is it... If it's bad to shoot the ground, maybe don't do it. I'm trying, Hinton. I'm trying. I'm doing my best. Like, I think the ideal way to do this is to leave kind of a bottom layer until you are closer to being done with clearing out the rest of it. And then you can just really carefully clear out the remaining. But it's really easy to just spam that missile button. Just wasn't sure if you thought of that. Thank you for checking. I appreciate it. Only one guy so far. I don't know if we can win this level with this smart bomb in the way. Oh, I can send another smart bomb to clear the stuff underneath. I also wonder if it's possible I could clear out this smart bomb with a smart bomb. Do you think I should try that? Also, I cannot remember what these things are meant to be. They look like melons to me. Are we clearing out toxic melons? What is that? Oh, God. Oh, these guys, I'm not sure if you can kill them. They might not be killable. So maybe we don't want to hit those. Oh, shoot. Oh. Huh. I definitely need to read the instructions for this game more. I feel like there's things I'm not understanding well enough. This is such a weird game. I don't know why we had it. I think I have a disc somewhere, still to this day, that's it's it's just like a blank disc somebody bought, and it's got, in ballpoint pen handwritten on it, Toxic Ravine. So like somewhere we got a shareware copy of this game, and I was like, I feel like my dad got games from somebody at work occasionally. So I don't know if that's where it came from or what. Oh, there's another guy.
Help.
Gladly, friend.
Thanks.
Okay. Oops. So I think with these melon things, I think if there's room for them to move on either side, like, you can't destroy them. So you need to like pin them in somewhere in order to be able to take them out. That's kind of what I'm getting from... Oh! I took too much damage. We didn't even get a game over. It just kind of ended. Forget what the premise of this game is. It's to clean up the toxic ravines. And rescue the little guys. Because your dad was a bad person. Fix an environment with bombs, yes. So, quick question. I'm getting some weird popping in my headphones that I kind of think is somehow related to this game. Are y'all hearing that, or is that just me? We got 5 minutes, so I'll play a little more of this. Let's consult the hints and advice a little bit. You can practice phase 2 without finishing phase 1 first each time. See player options. Once the canyon has been almost completely cleared, phase 2 begins. At this point, the floor of the canyon will be clear of debris. Notice the 2 lumps at either side of the canyon floor. These are the entrances into the caves where the escaped clones live. Oh my god, there's so much going on in this game. You're not hearing it? Okay. There was a toxic ravine in Death Stranding that was a real motherfucker. I can't quite remember that, but I did play that game an awful lot. Oh, yeah, I remember it now. If you have hit these lumps with bombs, the caves will be open and the clones will start to come out of them at any moment. It is best to try to avoid opening them too early. The clones get in the way of your rescue attempts. Hovering in the canyon will be 5 things. Each... The game doesn't even know what these are called. They're just things, each of which is guarding a treasure. You must rescue all the clones, 10 from each cave, by building an escape route with elevators and stone bricks. What? I have never in my life gotten to phase 2. This is like completely unfamiliar to me. Your robot is gone in this phase. Note the part of the control panel where the robot controls were. You now have 4 buttons used for dropping rescue supplies. You must build a structure that allows clones to come from the bottom of the canyon to the very rim. The only way for a clone to move up is in an elevator, which moves him up 2 levels. So these are elevators over here. So I guess they're saying like the elevators have to be next to each other. If you have a gap here, then they won't be able to get up. Did I write this game script whilst drunk? It was like me trying to explain computer science shit to the dogs because rubber ducky needs a break. Oh, God. This is so wild. We're nowhere near phase 2. So like I'm trying to understand what is our like I think I understand what the goals are for phase 1, but I just want to try to verify. Many different things can damage your ship. You'll have to discover them for yourself. Use the 0 key to drop bombs in the canyon. Try not to hit the canyon floor. Try to remove all the debris from the canyon. Take note of how various types of debris react to being bombed. You also have a limited supply of smart bombs, which can be more carefully controlled. Press S to launch a smart bomb and use the 8 keys around S to steer it. Oh! Interesting. Be careful not to launch a new smart bomb before the other one is finished. You can only steer one at a time, so launching a new one renders the old one useless, as we have learned. When you hear a cry for help, there is a clone. Okay, so those guys are clones as well. That needs rescuing. Use the robot to rescue the clone. See, using the robot. Okay. So I think we do, in fact, somehow more or less understand how to play this game. I'm going to give myself a few more minutes here. Let's take one more shot at it. So, okay, I can use 0 on my numpad as well. Actually, I find that more weird for some reason. It's kind of funny that the instructions, like, I thought, oh, they'll tell me how to deal with various things better, but they absolutely did not. "18 out of 24. Consider your character judged, Spacer." Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Cloner said, "I don't know. It's hell out there. Watch for all the shit out there. Also, here's some bombs." Yeah, that's pretty much the instructions. If you call the robot the magnet, can I call you Magnet Spacer? Yeah, I think that's fair. So I did call the robot a magnet. It's very magnet shaped. It's a magnet style robot IMO. So like, I'm really, really confused about how we get to phase 2. Like, in phase 2, we can drop elevators? Like, I don't think the game was very clear. Like, they've kind of said when things are mostly cleared out, phase 2 begins. I feel like that was about as clear as it was. These things are, like, terrible. Can I take these guys out with a smart bomb? Let's find out. No. I think it just made it mad. And then they just kind of hang out there at the top, which is rude. Oh. Help. Thanks. You're welcome. Oh, we can go faster? I just noticed there's a speed. That seems dangerous, honestly. This is a pretty good speed. I feel like if I was going faster, I would just be making even more mistakes than I already am. Oh, there's another guy. Help. Thanks. Verdantry, hello. Have we all been playing Animal well? I have not. I've heard people talk about it, but I almost know nothing about it. Where? Oh, so I guess I knocked him out for a little while, but now he's back at it again. That's rude. Which is... Oh no, my app's gone bad. Huh. Please excuse me while I fiddle with my app for a moment. That was very weird. Trying to imagine what even more mistakes would be like. It's really hard to imagine. Okay, we're half... I keep typing into the wrong thing. We're half damaged. I think I have a little criticism about this game. Number one, I think there's too much going on. I think they should have trimmed it back a little bit. Yeah, fiddle with your app on stream. I'm sorry. Oh, there's another guy. Oh, that's interesting. So when I use a smart bomb, I can use the keys around the S to control it. And I was wondering if maybe I could use that for the robot as well, but no. Just another way in which I think this game is a little too complicated.
Thanks.
Like, why would you have different controls for moving different things around? It just seems a little bit weird. Like, they move in identical ways. Imagine what it'll feel like when you can suddenly see the solution to a whole screen all at once. I really want to get to phase 2. I think we could do it. We're pretty close, right? We've almost cleared this out. Oh god. Ooh, 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 ooh. I wonder what a Secret Crush is having for midnight snack. Or I mean 2 a.m. snack. I'm definitely gonna need a snack after all this toxic ravining. Oh, okay. We're fine. Oh, come on. Like, I feel like I'm just moving this... Oh, I finally got it to go that way. There. Okay. I wonder if maybe if those are on the ground floor, I can always destroy them? The rules to the different items are, like, weird and complex. I cannot keep track of it all. Oh god. That's the worst noise. Oh, I've opened one of the caves, but we're almost at the phase 2, I think, so that's fine. Oop. Oh! Oh god! Okay, so there's the treasures. Okay. Okay. I can't believe we're at phase 2. Okay, so here's my rescue supplies. What?
I'm hungry.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You're hungry? Have some apples.
I'm hungry.
Everybody have some apples.
I'm hungry.
Y'all need to eat. It's important. I don't know what this is gonna do. Let's try it. Okay, so it just drops a block. Is this the elevator? No, that's a... How do I make... Oh, is this the elevator? Can I drop an elevator on a guy? Oh, God. Lucky you saved all your smart bombs for phase 2. Oh, I do still have smart bombs. I think I might need them. Well, can I? Oh, I can still shoot. Okay. That's... Oh, I see. I understand what those are now. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to drop an elevator here. Oh, shoot. I can't. Fuck. I need to have another elevator right next to that, but I can't do it. This is so hard. I don't know how to do this without murdering some of the little guys. Oh, what? Oh, God. Oh, God. Like, I need the elevators to be right next to each other, but I've only got 2 spots on the ground where I can put them. I might have to sacrifice a guy. It's hilarious when a game like this turns out to have won Mac Week Game of the Week or Mac User Game of the User or Mac Addict Game of the Week. How come some of the guys are sitting down? I don't know. I think those are maybe the ones I gave apples to. Let's try. Let's see what happens if I give some of these guys over here an apple. Oh. Oh. So if I give them apples, I can get them to move around? Wait. Now I have even less space. What? How did that... Oh, more guys came out. I think the instructions said there's 10 guys that come out of each side. Oh, now that guy's just got an apple on his head. Huh. Okay, interesting development. Yeah, now I just have nowhere to put anything. Do I have to murder a guy? I'm sorry.
Ow.
Oh, God. I'm sorry. Oh, God. I don't understand how you're supposed to play this game.
Ow.
Okay. I think all the guys are finally out on this side. What are they doing? Let's see if I can drop an elevator. I was hoping they would leave me a spot. Y'all, please. Please? Oh my God, please. Hinton, thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate your... Oh my gosh, 18 months of support very much. And yes, rip to that one guy indeed. Both of them? Like, what am I supposed to do? It's so hard to... Oh, I do have the speed up a little. No, normal speed is no more manageable. Oh, there we go. Okay.
I'm hungry.
These guys are hard to
I'm
please.
hungry.
Yeah, I think that's a no-go. I can't. That's not a good elevator spot. This game is the weirdest game maybe that I've ever played.
Hungry.
Like, it feels like a lot to say that, but this game is really, really weird. Let's see. I want to put one of these here. And like, I think if I understood the instructions correctly, an elevator here, they won't be able to use that. Oh, these guys are all sitting down now. Why? What? Why? Good night, Maple Mystery. Thank you for hanging out. This game is adorably confusing. I agree. I think I might have to give up. Let's see what happens if I feed these guys over here. It's been well over 15 minutes. Yeah. On one hand, I'm like, I feel like I need to read the instructions better. On the other hand, I'm pretty sure it's not going to explain anything to me. I think those are the ones that are hungry. The sitting down ones. But like, I dropped an apple on this guy's head and he's sitting down. So like, I don't know how to get the apples to, well, what if I do this? Take out some elevators here. And then I'll try to drop an apple right next to these guys. Okay. So yeah, I think you were right. We just have to work out how to get the apples to the right people. Which is quite a challenge. Do I have unlimited apples? I think all my rescue supplies are unlimited, but it's kind of hard to tell. So that guy wasn't even hungry and he just took the apple. That's super rude. Fractal Mind Mike, hello. Thank you so much for coming by. 54 friends. Oh my gosh. Welcome, y'all. I hope you had a great stream. I hope you are making good progress. Y'all should follow both Fractal Mind Dev and Fractal Mind Mike if you are not already.
I'm hungry.
Fractal Mind Mike is a wonderful streamer. And over on Fractal Mind Dev, he does development streams for some wonderful games I have not actually had the opportunity to play yet, but I will get to it eventually, and they look great. Very LucasArts, especially Day of the Tentacle inspired style. You're welcome. So y'all have caught me in the middle of Mac Break. A while back, I started a thing called DOS Break, where someone can use channel points to make me play a DOS game for 15 minutes. And then I recently added one for Mac games, for when we're doing Mac stuff. And this is a very weird game called Orlando Poon's Toxic Ravine. It's like I just said, like, this seems like a significant claim to make, but I think this is maybe the weirdest game I've ever played. It's almost incomprehensible. We looked at the instructions. They did not really answer any questions. We've reached phase 2 of this game, in which we're trying to collect these treasures. So like these little guys are clones. First we had to clean up this toxic ravine. There was lots of bad stuff we had to destroy. And now the clones have come out of the caves, and we need to create elevator paths for them to get up to these treasures. And also they're hungry sometimes, and they just sit down. It's so weird, and there's so much going on in this game. I wonder if anyone has ever managed to complete it successfully. But I've been working on a game myself on my Friday streams. I actually completed the game recently, which is super exciting. It is made in World Builder. Actually, let's finish up Toxic Ravine, since we're well over our 15 minutes. I do want to figure out more of that game at some point, but I'll share a little bit of the game I've been working on here. So World Builder is a system for making point-and-click adventure games. It was originally created for a game called Enchanted Scepters, which is the first English language point-and-click adventure game. So there's a lot of like specific language there. There were like a couple, I think, Japanese point-and-click adventure games that came first, but it was very early on in 1984. And it has kind of this unusual mix of you can click on things and also use a text parser to type commands. So this is my game here. We got a little bit of... Oh, my sound is being really weird. I think it's just for me. Yeah, I gotta take these out. If y'all are hearing any bad sounds, please let me know, but I think it's just for me. Made some great progress today. Nice. Glad to hear it. Day of the Sandwich is a joy. I'm glad to hear that also. Hey, Disthrone. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Heavily Day of the Tentacle inspired. Nice. We have like a graphical area on one side and then a text area over here. You can actually like rearrange these however you want. You can have them different for each scene of the game if you want to, but this is kind of like the standard layout that I decided to go with for most of the game. So I made this game almost entirely on stream. When I did my first stream of it, I didn't want to have like any ideas in mind up front. I thought it would be an interesting challenge to start with nothing, take ideas from chat. So I asked people, you know, what are some scenes we could draw to start the game in? And I'm going to be a little bit vague because I'm trying not to spoil too much about the game at this point. But someone suggested a bus stop in a particular setting here that I'm being vague about. And so that was what I drew. And you can see it says, you're at a bus stop. It looks nice from a distance. Beyond the bus stop is complete darkness. There are paths leading off to the south and the east. So in World Builder, we have a commands menu where we can pick a bunch of like basic commands from. This is also something you can customize in World Builder. We also have a weapons menu. And so we can click on things in the scene sometimes, like we can click on this bus schedule to get a close-up of it. You're looking at the bus schedule. It shows the stop numbers, location names, and times on the hour when the bus will arrive. And I think we can do close to go back. Yeah. And then we can also use keyboard commands, or we can just type, like we can type east to go east. Res Mason has been testing the game while I've been streaming. 22 out of 24, and congratulations, that's an impressive score. The last 2 points are frankly almost impossible if you haven't watched me make the game all the way through. So let's see. You're standing outside an old brick library. There's a double door entrance in front of you. It's completely dark beyond the glass panes of the door. There's a book drop to the right of the doors. A path leads west. So after we created the first scene, we just kind of kept doing that process of taking ideas from people in chat and like voting on them and stuff like that. And as we started to build up the game a little bit, I started to get an idea of like what I wanted to do narratively and some other things I wanted to add to it. So eventually we kind of found a direction for it. And I think I'm pretty happy with how it all turned out. There's some scenes like this where I kind of wish I had drawn this at a more interesting angle instead of straight on like this. But overall, I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. You pull on the handles. The doors are locked. There's a small sticker on the right-hand door that seems to have some writing on it. Let's read the sticker. The sticker on the door says free Wi-Fi. Oh, okay. So did you draw the graphics in the program itself, or did you use an external program? So World Builder has some drawing tools built into it, of course. You can draw vector art, which is what I tried to use for most of it, or you can do bitmap art. I don't love the bitmap drawing tools that are in World Builder. So, excuse me, whenever I did bitmap art, I used MacPaint. Which is a really nice drawing program. And then from there, we, copied things and dropped them into World Builder. So like on this scene, most of this is vector art. This Graham Memorial Library is bitmap, just because there's no way to do text in the vector tools. This cool S over here is also a bitmap drawing. And I think that's about it. Res Mason says the name brisket was my suggestion. Yes. And one of the inventory items. And I own another one of the inventory items. I can't remember what that would be. Or maybe it's something that you didn't suggest, you just happen to own. Look at Spacer cosplaying as a new player. Yes, I'm doing my best. So let's look at this book drop here. Let's see what happens if we click on it. You open the book drop a couple of inches and then it stops. There's something jammed inside. Look in. It's too dark inside to see clearly, but you can just make out something stuck at the bottom of the book drop. You might be able to reach it. I hesitated there for a second because when I am cosplaying as someone who has never played this game, I occasionally worried that I'm going to do a command that the game doesn't actually understand, and I couldn't remember if I programmed look in book drop, but it worked. So we might be able to reach it, so let's try that. Reach in. You slide your hand into the opening. The rough edge scrapes against your forearm. You stretch your fingers toward the jammed object and gradually work it free. It seems to be a soup bone? You now have the soup bone. Let's look at the soup bone. Is this actually a soup bone? Somehow it feels like it's a soup bone, but you're not actually sure soup bones look like this. It's kind of a log cartoon dog bone. We put that dialogue in after discussing what soup bones actually look like, which is not like that. There's a lot of jokey stuff in here. Res Mason says the bell ringing sound becomes a dopamine hit as you rack up the Smarty Pants points. I'm glad you feel that way. That is a femur. Yeah, that's a little more accurate, I think. All right, let's try going south here. You're outside a store. There's a vending machine here. To the right side of the building, an egret is standing over a nest. Paths lead off to the north and west. Interesting. Let's see. Let's look at the egret. Uh-oh. The egret chases you back to the bus stop. You'll never forget the look in its eyes as it came towards you. Oh no. Let's go back here. You're outside a store. There's a vending machine here. To the right side of the building, an egret is standing over a nest. Paths lead off to the north and west. Let's see if we can just go west. Okay, we keep getting chased away by the egret. Why is the egret chasing us? Maybe it's something we have. Let's check out our inventory. Your pack contains a rapier-sharp wit. That's kind of weird. A soup bone and a fish. Why do we have a fish? Let's look at the fish. It's a dead fish. How did this get in your backpack? It smells awful. Well, let's see. Let's go back. Maybe if we didn't have the fish, the egret would leave us alone. Let's drop the fish here. You no longer have the fish. Okay. Let's see if we can get past now. Aha. You're at the top of a small hill leading up to a totally normal house. There's a walkway north to the porch. A path winds west around the side of the house. I think that's where I will stop my little demo of the game, because it's not a super long game, so I don't want to spoil too much of it. But hopefully that gives you an idea of what a world builder game is like, and what this game is like. We also have a nice credit screen. I want to give credit to all the folks that helped make little suggestions for the game. And I'm excited to finally release it. So recently I've been working on creating box art for the game. I thought it would be fun to do that, and I thought it would be fun to try to create it in a way that box art for a game in 1986 would have been created. So I'm trying really hard to not use computers for the process, but it's a challenge. So far I've been sketching things and using markers and colored pencils to work out colors and stuff. And eventually I'm going to make an attempt to paint it. But while I have a decent amount of art experience, I have very little painting experience, and I'm not sure how well that's going to go. Do egrets not like eye contact? Maybe not. It is 3 a.m. Honestly, I was about to wrap up, but then Fractal Mind Mike came by, so I figured we'd go a little bit longer. I apologize for going so late. We've honestly been staying up much too late lately, but especially me. I'm going to give just a little peek at World Builder itself, just to give you an idea of what this tool is like, since presumably a lot of y'all are interested in game dev stuff. So let's open up our game here. Let's see. I don't think this will spoil too much. So when you open up World Builder, you get these 4 windows here: sounds, objects, characters, and your scene. So this scene map is like, some of these are kind of not physical spaces. We've kind of done some unusual things. But down here we have like our physical spaces. So like the bus stop, like these thicker lines indicate a direction you can't go automatically. You can write code to move the player around if you need to. Like, for example, when you go north from the storefront, we want to run some code that does some things there. So that's why we have a thick line there, even though you can pass back and forth in the game. Thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. And then, let's see. I'm going to speed up my emulator a little, because sometimes things can be very slow to load. But let's open up some scene code here. Oh, that one's actually extremely simple. But this gives you an example of what a little bit of code looks like. This is just taking a variable and setting it to the number 13. This particular code keeps track of where the player is. And I needed to do that because I created some scenes that are like close-ups. So anytime you go to a close-up scene, you have to take the player back to where they were when they, back away from that item or close the book they're reading or whatever. And this isn't really something that World Builder was designed to support. So we had to get a little creative with it. Let me actually show you an example of, let's see, I'll just show the credits code here, because the credits are done in a similar way to our other close-ups. So first of all, this is the best you can do for a variable name. It's L1 and then a number sign. It can be any letter, any number, and you only get one number sign. But that's all your variable names can be. You can't use something descriptive for them. And, you have a limited set of, A0 through Z9. It gives you a lot to choose from, but it is limited. And then you can only set a variable to a number. So that's why we had to have a number to represent that location we were looking at. And that means that in order to take the player back where they were, we have to have all these if statements that check what the number is set to, and then take them to the room that number is equivalent to. Also, there's no functions in here. So this code has been copy-pasted through every close-up in the game. And anytime I've added a new location, I've had to go and update that code everywhere. Also, there's no find and replace. There's no way to search anything, let alone all of our code. So it's very challenging to work in. Also, our scenes and objects all have names. And those names are how we refer to those objects in code. And the names are also shown to the player. Like there's a lot of text that appears automatically, like your inventory, or if there's an item in the scene you're at, you'll see the description mention that. So if we ever decide we need a different name for an item for what the player is seeing, then we're going to have to update all the code that references that item. So there's been a lot of challenges. But somehow in the end, we managed to make a pretty reasonably complex game, I think. It's not huge, but it's pretty... for a small game, I think it's pretty... there's a decent amount of complexity to it. World Builder's window chrome is utterly bonkers. Bill wouldn't have pulled that off if he had pulled that off a few years later. Yeah, the like these are mostly standard Mac windows in some ways, but like the these arrow like scroll bars are very unusual and kind of hard to interact with. Oh, also another fun detail of World Builder is like your object list is important in that it affects how objects are layered in the game scene. So like if we have greenhouse door and library doors in the same scene, then library doors will appear on top of greenhouse door. And you can't drag items to reorder them. All you can do is cut and then paste. And when you paste, it will go all the way to the end. And it will also its name will be reset back to untitled. So there were lots of times I had to do that just to fix the ordering of objects in the scene. So many challenges, but considering that this came out in 1986 and I was like 10 at the time and I was able to use this to make a simple game. It definitely wasn't a finished game, and it wasn't a great game, but I was able to use it and make a game and kind of make sense of how all this worked. And I feel like at the time it was a pretty decent accomplishment. In addition to Enchanted Scepters being one of the first point-and-click games, this was also like one of the first multimedia creation tools. This took a lot of inspiration from Bill Atkinson, who went on to create HyperCard. If you're not familiar with HyperCard, it was used to create Myst, which of course became very well known. And it's just kind of it's an early and lesser known point in the history of like those kinds of interactive tools and like that little slice of adventure games. If you had made this game after playing Maupiti Island, it would have been hell on earth. I don't think I would ever make a game that's quite as punishing as Maupiti Island. I've been playing that game on my Tuesday streams. And it's a very, very cool game that is incredibly difficult. Dialog box had the yes button on the left and the no button on the right. Yes, that is unfortunate. 1986, 2 years into the existence of the Mac, long before the Mac as a product experience grew to the Mac 2 capabilities. Like, if I remember correctly, I'm not sure Bill Appleton even had like a proper like Mac dev kit. So like the fact that he was able to accomplish so much before the Mac was released is pretty impressive. But it's super late here. It's 3 a.m. I usually finish up at like 1:30 or 2. So that's it for tonight, unfortunately. I mentioned earlier, but my schedule is a little bit different next week because we're going to see They Might Be Giants on Friday. And I also have an opportunity to do a bonus stream on Sunday afternoon. That's not on my schedule yet, but I will get it up there. I think I'm going to continue folks that came in. This is what we did tonight. This is part of what we did tonight. Drawing the cover art for the game. I'm going to work on this some more and hopefully make a little more progress with it. And then Tuesday, of course, I'll be back for Mo PD Island. Someday soon, I will finish that game, and it's going to be maybe the most satisfaction I've ever had from completing a game. Call it They Might Be Giant style song occasionally when I feel like shit. That sounds like a really great thing to do. I don't know that I've ever actually called it. I've heard recordings of it. I need to do that sometime. It was fun. I'll reach out with feedback over the weekend. Nice. Thank you so much for playing it, and I'm excited to get your feedback. I'm also like, I know you struggled a little bit, but I'm kind of relieved that you were able to get through it. Because I was really worried that some of the puzzles were a little bit too difficult. Have it in your contacts. Nice. Let's see. Who's a streaming? Sir. Well, I suppose I need to get to bed, so it's probably a bad idea to raid someone new. I was going to check out the game software and game development category to see if there's somebody new there we could say hello to. Oh, okay. We gotta go say hello to Ghoul Babe. She's playing the Crone's Bequest, which is such a good game. There we go. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you so much for the raids. And just for hanging out with me. I appreciate you all very much. I hope you have a good weekend. Please take care of yourselves. We'll see you around. Bye. Oh, also, we got some raid messages here if y'all want to join the Robot Parade. All right. Good night.